Hello, this is Benjamin Fulfords. As my readers know, the U.S. government defaulted on September 30th, and that's the real reason why the government has been shut down. Also, according to my sources in Asian secret societies, they were given until today, October 17th, to come up with the money before the U.S. would be cut off from world trade and basically sent into a complete economic collapse. And it looks like something has happened. Now, the first thing I'm being told is that there is an epic battle going on between the military white hats and the Khazarian mafia, and they each have their own Trumps, as I've said before, but I had a big email from the Pentagon today about this. And they said that the real Trump is fighting very hard now to remove the fake Trump. And take a look at this clip to see the fake Trump at work.
Are you planning to meet Prime Minister Modi in Malaysia? Are you open to talks in terms of
Yeah,
trade?
sure. He's a friend of mine. We have a great relationship. He just said that 2 days ago, as you know. We have a great relationship. No, we were not happy with him buying oil from Russia because that lets Russia continue on with this ridiculous war where they've lost 1.5 million people, by the way. Russia's lost 1.5 million people, soldiers mostly. This is a war that should have never started, but it's a war that Russia should have won in the first week, and they're going into the fourth year. And I want to see it stop. So I was not happy that India was buying oil. And he assured me today that they will not be buying oil from Russia. That's a big stop. Now I got to get China to do the same thing. You know, that is relatively easy compared to what we just did over the last week in the Middle East. Middle East was 3,000 years, and we got it done. This is 3 years.
Now, he's telling one lie after another. He says that Russia lost 1.5 million troops, but the reality is, according to independent experts like Colonel Douglas Macgregor, they lost about 100,000, whereas Ukraine lost 1.5 million. So that's a lie. And then he tells another lie. He says India's going to stop buying oil from Russia. That's not true. The Indian government said so. And so they're contradicting him. And this is the same Trump who Benjamin Netanyahu be pardoned. So this man has to go. But what I've been told is that the white hats have a Trump, and they have one avatar for dangerous public occasions. And that the bad guys, the Khazarian mafia, have two Trumps as well as computer graphics. And it's a very epic battle. But what I'm being told is that with this deadline coming up, and this can be confirmed in the news with China saying they're going to cut off rare earths from the U.S. Now, if they cut off rare earths and they control the supply because they have the unique technology for refining it, rare earths are actually not very rare. The problem is getting it refined to 99.99% purity. And without it, the U.S. Automobile industry, semiconductor industry, military industry will grind to a halt. This is why I've been told that the real Trump will be meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin and with Chinese President Xi Jinping before the end of this month, because the November deadline is coming, and everybody agrees that this crazy Trump, the fake one, who's said he's going to send Tomahawks to the Ukraine, has to go. If the U.S. government sent Tomahawks to Ukraine, they have to be managed by the U.S. military, and there's no way to differentiate between a nuclear-armed Tomahawk and one that's not. So the whole idea of doing that is threatening to start World War III, but now the new Trump, who's supposedly back, is publicly saying, no, I'll never send Tomahawks to the Ukraine. We need them ourselves. So there's something very, very serious happening here, but I've been told that special forces will go into Mar-a-Lago and they will arrest the fake Trump and his handlers, but believe it when you see it, because until that time, it's just not going to be possible. Now, the other thing, of course, is that the U.S. financial system is dysfunctional. Right now, farmers cannot grow food using the current system because they all lose money. They have the loan costs are too high, and the BlackRock and Vanguard and the usual suspects sort of control their distribution as well as their inputs. So right now in Japan as well as the United States, farmers cannot profitably grow food. This is an existential crisis. So these people have to be removed, and they will be removed. That's what I'm hearing. And one indication that something has happened is take a look at this little clip here from the Ukraine. And you can see that he's only being greeted by his own staff. Nobody went out to see him. He's no longer considered a viable leader. So that's all ending. But it's not over until you see the public removal of the fake Trump and Prime Minister Starmer in the UK and Macron in France. When they go, it's really over. And of course, Ursula von der Leyen, all these people, they're still there. Now, we noticed that John Bolton was arrested. That's good. That means they're going after the Obama side, the Clinton side of the Khazarian Mafia. But that's kind of an internal battle between two factions. What we really want is all of them to go. All the Epstein Island pedophile types. And that really does have to happen. And looking elsewhere, it's looking more and more likely that France may be the first domino to fall. There was a change of government in Madagascar last week, and that means that France lost yet another African country. More important, they lost access to nickel, which is necessary for their industry. And the real big battle is happening now in Morocco. Morocco is also controlled by France, but the important thing about Morocco is they control 70 to 75% of the world's supply of phosphate. And without phosphate, modern agriculture cannot function. So, at the end of the day, what would happen if it was a real showdown with China? China would cut off rare earths and industry would grind to a halt. And then the White Hats would cut off phosphate and agriculture would grind to a halt. And clearly, this is not an option for either side. So some kind of epic deal is going to be reached, but the ball has been kicked forward to November or so. But by then, some kind of deal will be reached. And we'll keep in touch with our various sources. But I know that high-level Russian FSB and MI6 people are talking through back channels to end the war in the Ukraine, and some sort of deal to have a bankruptcy of the United States is also being worked out, but it's going to have a jubilee. So it's all in a state of complete flux. But for now, the U.S. blinked because they knew their soldiers would not get their paychecks unless something happened, and so now they've been given an extension until the real Trump, at least that's what I'm being told, goes to the Korea to meet Xi Jinping of China, and they'll try to work out some sort of final deal. So that's the situation now. It's all in a state of chaos. Now, the other thing I'm hearing is the Khazarian Mafia, the Dark Hats, having gotten rid of Charlie Kirk in a public manner, they're planning some sort of public execution of people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens to try to demoralize the American people. But this will backfire, because if that happens, there will be lynch mobs. And they're not going to be able to, there are too many of us who are aware of what's going on. And something is going to break. There's a lot of things I cannot talk about, but, back channels are being used, and people are being hunted down who are behind this fake Trump and that whole show. I cannot name the names now, but there are people you have not heard of. They're being in the background, but they're now being flushed out. So again, for now, the U.S. has bought time because the White Hats have, basically blinked, and they're no longer threatening a thermonuclear war. And now this whole fake Trump show hopefully will be shut down. But until it is, you see it visibly. And I personally would like to see that Trump arrested, handcuffed in front of the cameras for saying, so let's see if that happens. But, big things are happening, and they will continue to happen as we head towards November. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. I understand that you do not want to talk about Charlie Kirk and the Charlie Kirk assassination, but this event is still very much on the internet. Recently, text messages from Charlie Kirk a couple of days before he died have come to light. The messages say that Kirk shared that the second $1 million Jewish donor had stopped supporting his organization, Turning Point, and as a result, he began feeling that he was being intimidated and so decided to stop his support of Israel. Do you think these messages coming to light?
No, I think that what's happened is that this whole Freemason assassination of Charlie Kirk backfired because people are blaming Israel instead of, starting some kind of civil war in the United States as was intended. So yeah, this is blowing up in their faces big time. It's not what they planned. So they did have a public Freemason execution of him, but it blew up in their faces, and hopefully before the end of this month, the Nazi satanic state of Israel will cease to exist, and their control over the politicians in the U.S. will be ended, and hopefully that will be done by arresting every single politician who's accepted money from Israel. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you think that the U.S. government shutdown is related to the arrival of the 3-1/Atlas that has entered our solar system and will be at perihelion with Earth near the end of this month? NASA has refused to release any pictures of the Atlas when it came by Mars, even though NASA has rovers on Mars. When people ask NASA if NASA's rover near Jupiter could take pictures of the Atlas on its way back out of our solar system as it passes by Jupiter, NASA has said that its device will not take pictures of Atlas, even though it has been taking space photos for 11 years. Is NASA covering this up?
The very first mention in the news of 3-1 Atlas came from two Harvard professors who cited a virtual telescope as their source. That's a dead giveaway. Virtual means it's not real. This 3-1 Atlas is yet another attempt to do some kind of alien invasion thing by these people, and I'm not paying attention to it because I know it's fake. They've said so themselves. I think we're stupid if we think it's coming from a virtual telescope, that somehow it's real. So I would tune out of all that 3-1 Atlas stuff. It's just some kind of psyops. Ignore it. That's my advice. It's just BS. Next question.
Hi, Ben. My biggest concern about Japan is that the new Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi Senai, opting to bring political corruption of the 1930s and early 1940s Japan into real life by normalizing slush funds, mostly for illegal personal purposes and political operations. She was the darling of the Abe faction of the LDP, after all. What are your thoughts on her?
Well, before getting into her, I know from direct experience that the Japanese elections have been until very recently completely fraudulent, and that 2/3 of the politicians are just actors who are intimidated and bribed into reading scripts that were until recently given to them by people like Richard Armitage and Joseph Nye. So something fundamental has changed in Japan. There's always been slush funds. There's always been corruption. I've personally observed politicians receiving, $20,000 cash bribes right in front of my eyes. So this is a completely corrupt political system. And when I hear about Sanai Takaichi, and I've met her a few times. We used to be on TV shows together when I was before I was blacklisted. She's a smart woman, but the Abe faction is the Unification Church, and that Unification Church is connected to North Korea. And in case you don't know it, North Korea is basically the part of the Japanese military government that never surrendered after World War II. So they're fighting to take over control of Japan, and the Komeito, or Clean Government Party, just withdrew from their alliance with the ruling party, and the Komeito is right now under the control of China. So there's a China-North Korea proxy war over Japan. So that right now it's sort of there's no real government in Japan. It's in a state of flux. I'm probably going to go back there soon and try to help set up a new system and a jubilee there, just as we need for North America and the West. But right now, I'd say there is no real government in Japan. It's in a holding pattern. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Several years ago, Charlie Ward recovered a huge amount of gold from the tunnels between the Vatican and Jerusalem. He supervised over 600 plane loads to Fort Knox. This is the money that had been stolen from the U.S., so in my opinion, it is far from bankrupt. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, what I've been told by my own direct military sources is that the gold in Fort Knox is tungsten, gold-plated tungsten. It's worthless. The United States does not have gold. I do remember being sent a lot of pictures at the time when they did raid the Vatican, and there was all these popes were buried covered in jewels and gold and precious metals, and I know this was taken, but what has to be acknowledged is that the West no longer has gold, and when we do a reset of the financial system, it cannot be just gold-backed, or else that would mean a complete surrender to China. Instead, we need a basket of commodities. I mean, for example, the U.S. has corn, which is, at the end of the day, more valuable than gold because you can't eat gold. So a system is being worked out so that a basket of commodities, including gold, but also grains and other things, will be used. So even though the West does not have gold, it doesn't matter. Some deal will be reached. Okay, well, I hope to see you again next week, and we'll continue to see dramatic changes, but keep your eyes on that fake Trump, see if he vanishes or not. That's the key. Okay, well, hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, doing the LifeWave convention here in Anaheim. So several days here in Anaheim. Love this place. Beautiful, as you guys can see. So yeah, having a great time. We're going to have, meet a lot of people in my business, a lot of people in the larger LifeWave business. It's one big family. It's fantastic being here with the LifeWave team. So are we going to see some new Republican governors coming up, especially in very blue New Jersey? All right. So it's moving. I think it's going to happen in New Jersey. I think we're going to see a Republican governor. Now in Virginia, I'm very excited. One woman. So the Republican, and I'm going to talk about her. She is fantastic. All right. Former Marine, currently the lieutenant governor of Virginia. Fantastic woman. She would be the first woman governor in Virginia and the first black woman for the entire United States for governor. Wow. I really, really hope she gets it, because I don't like the Virginia Democrat at all running for governor. Very, very bad. But we know a lot of these Democrats will just vote Democrat no matter how bad the person is. All right. So she seems to be moving in the right direction. She's gaining. She's got the momentum behind her. She's got a really good, everything she's standing for is fantastic. These are the things that basically got the Republican Party back into Virginia. So let's listen to her.
We rejected career politicians and sent a message: move Virginia forward. But Abigail Spanberger is a Washington insider who voted with Pelosi and Biden every single time. That kind of beltway nonsense will only take us backwards. I'm Winsome Earl Sears. Governor Youngkin put us on the right path. Now I'm asking for your vote to keep it that way. I'm Winston.
All right. So Winston Earl Sears, fantastic. Like I said, she's a former Marine. Her educational background is wow. I mean, you look at it and you're like, I'll find it here in a second and read it out. But she's definitely, I think, the woman for Virginia of the two women. So, like I said, she would be the first black woman governor, and I think that's fantastic. You would think that there would be so many people behind her just for that alone, guys. But yet they're coming out with racism against her. It's unbelievable. I'm very sad for Virginia because I was in Virginia for a long time as a Navy SEAL. And I love Virginia. Virginia is for lovers, right? So, and you know how I am. I'm that guy that, you know, is always telling him to stay in the love vibration. So Washington Examiner, Virginia Democrats suffer because they put ideology over education. Now, this is one of the things that's really tearing up the Democrat Party, and they're sticking to it, right? And that is putting people that identify as, you know, like the one boy that was going into women's bathrooms and so forth, exposing himself to women and girls. So now this is unfortunate because it's starting to get very racist because we know who the real racists are. So here's, hey, Winsome, if trans can't share your bathroom, then blacks can't share my water fountain. Read the sign held aloft by a white Democrat protesting Earl Sears in Arlington. So we're seeing who the real, racists are, guys. We've seen this for a long time. And you would think at this point that Virginia would be over all of this, but they're not. They're still stuck in the past. I hope there's enough people that basically reject this type of attitude and elect Winsome Sears. All right. So I would vote for her. Absolutely. No questions asked if I was in Virginia still. All right. So every sane person agrees that, speaking honestly, the boys were blameless and right because they had a girl that went into their locker room. So it works both ways. This is getting crazy. And this is something the Dems support. You know, if you feel like you're a man and you're actually a woman, you can go into the men's locker room and expose yourself, right? So this is same thing, you know, opposite. We've seen a lot of this in women's sports. We have men going into women's locker rooms, sports teams, and exposing themselves to the women and the girls. This is unacceptable on many levels. So for that alone, we should be rejecting this Democrat candidate because she's sticking by this, all right? So moderate parents in costly Washington suburbs might tolerate some wokeism, but not at the expense of their children and the education they pay for so dearly. I know some of these schools, tens, $100,000 a year for their kids to go to these schools, and because they're pushing the wokeism, their actual learning tests are down 5 to 10%, lower than a decade ago. So it's really getting out of control. Spanberger, who's the former CIA type that, it's her home turf. She knows she has to win here by a big margin if she has to win statewide. So hopefully we're going to get Winsome Earl as the first Black woman governor of the United States. She is fantastic. All right. So, man, get out there and vote for this incredible woman. Earl Sears responds to racist signs. So that one sign that I was telling you about where, if trans can't go in your bathroom, then you can't drink the water fountain. And there's a lot of that going on right now. And even at a I think a ball game just recently, one of the people in the stands basically spoke out. So this was JMU star's dad fired for hurling racist slur at Republican governor candidate Winsome Earl Sears during the game. The father of a James Madison University football player has been fired from his job and suspended from attending athletics events at the school after being captured racially abusing Republican governor candidate Winsome Sears. All right. So like I said, guys, we know who the racists are, and it's not going to stop until we basically get some people in positions of leadership to stop this. Now, Winsome Earl Sears, former Marine, like I talked about, she's from Jamaica, right? And she came to the United States, very similar to the presidential candidate Kamala. All right, and Kamala did not win, but I think we're going to see Winsome Earl Sears win. I hope so, guys. Please, please, let's get this woman into office. All right, let's start to push back on all this craziness. All right, so here she was targeted by the dad during the JMU game. All right, so here he is right here. So he said, "Go back to Haiti." This is how smart this guy is. Not only is he racist, but he doesn't know that she's from Jamaica initially, not Haiti. All right, the face of racism right there, Democrat. He's also a Democrat supporter and contributes to Democrats. James Madison University Athletics holds high expectations of fan behavior as outlined in our fan code of conduct, and to which fans agree. When they attend a JMU athletics event, this includes an expectation that all fans act with respect for one another and display civility. All right. So obviously, these Democrats can't hold back, guys. We have to get out. The people with common sense, and that's from Democrats with common sense. That's independents with common sense, and it should be for every single Republican that's going to get out and vote for Earl Sears. All right, so it is very sad. So, I mean, there's dad and there's son. How would you like to have your dad? I don't know. Maybe the whole family's racist, guys. I don't know. So maybe they all support it. That's sad if that's the case. But anyway. We're going to see this thing start to crack, I believe. All right, so expose this stuff as much as possible, and that's what we're going to continue to see. So, Northern Virginians, all right, they got a lot of money. They're giving it to their candidate. We have to really get out there, and we have to work really hard to overcome them. So Spanberger still leads Earl Sears according to the latest VCU poll, but the lead is narrowing. All right, it's down to a 9-point lead, and depending on which poll you listen to or look at, it's down to as small as a 5-point lead. So going into the election, I think this is going to continue to narrow, and hopefully it gets to the point, because Democrats have to win by a huge margin. We saw with, Clinton, they were saying that Clinton had this huge margin. It was nothing like this is a small margin, but they were saying that Clinton held a huge margin lead against President Trump. And of course, she lost, right? Pretty well. Lost pretty well against Trump. All right. So I am hopeful that she will win. Now, in another race, Senator Ghazala Hashmi holds a 1-point lead over John Reed, while Attorney General Jason Miyares leads former Delegate Jay Jones. Now, for Attorney General's contest. Now, Jay Jones was the one that had the very nasty, again, Democrat. He said that he would like to see his I guess the former speaker shooting former House Speaker Todd Gilbert, who he was going up against. So he said that, and not only shooting him, but also his children. So Spanberger, when approached at they were doing a event where they were like debate, televised debate. Earl Sears was like, "Do you sanction Jones for saying that?" And she refused to. So, guys, Democrats have to go away. Please, please, in Virginia. All right. Please, my Virginia. All right. Almost like family there in Virginia, because as a Navy SEAL, I was there for a long time. So I really hope that we're going to, move in the right direction with this election. She is such a beautiful soul, and I think that she would do unbelievably well for Virginia, and it would be a great thing for America, I think, on a massive scale to have the first woman black governor, right? And she would be fantastic, right? All right, so guys, get out there, get the vote. You guys in Virginia, please make this happen. All right. So why it matters, there's many different reasons. The Democrats are not in a good position anymore. They don't need to be anywhere near any kind of a elected position at this point. So we're going to see, I think, the people reject Democrats, but it remains to be seen, unfortunately. All right, so let me read a little bit about Winsome Earl Sears. So I'm going to bring up her site. She should come on my site and talk. So that'd be great. But let's talk about her real quick. Here's her family, beautiful family. Native of Kingston, Jamaica, not Haiti, racist man. All right, immigrated to the United States at the age of 6. She is proud to have served in the United States Marine Corps. In addition to her various, it's like you look at what she's been involved with, and you're like, how in the heck is she not 100 points ahead? Right? It's crazy. It's very sad. In addition to her various appointments, she has served as the vice president of the Virginia State Board of Education and as a presidential appointee to the U.S. Census Bureau, as co-chair of the African American Committee and the Advisory Committee on Women Veterans to the Secretary of Veterans Affairs. She was first elected in 2002 to a majority Black House of Delegates district, the first for Republican Virginia since 1865. Goes back then, guys. Black Republicans were making the Republican Party, all right? And then the Democrats came out with the KKK stuff and really ran them back over to the Democrat side and said, you better stay over here if you don't want to get hung and stuff. It's very, very crazy what happened with the Democrats and black guys. She is the first female lieutenant governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, the first black female elected statewide, and the first naturalized female selected to statewide office. She is also the first female veteran to be elected to statewide office. Wow. Just first. And let's see her be the first black governor, please, God. All right. As lieutenant governor, she presides over Senate when they are in legislative session, casts tie-breaking votes, of course. Lieutenant governor serves in various forms, state government, goes into that. And then it goes in her efforts to hear from as many Virginians as possible. The lieutenant governor has traveled over 28,000 miles across the Commonwealth since coming into office. All right. She's dedicated. She's motivated. She wants to work for Virginians. Please, guys, come on. And often requests a speaker. You saw how well she speaks. She's absolutely incredible. A former program manager for the Hampton Roads Chamber of Commerce and Vista Volunteer. Winsome is a trained electrician and successful businesswoman. However, Winsome is most proud of her community work, leading a men's prison ministry and as director of a women's homeless shelter. She holds a BA in English with a minor in economics and an MA in organizational leadership. Geez, with a concentration in government. She's got it. She's got it all going on. Winsome and her husband, Terrence, have 2 daughters, Katie and Janelle, in addition to DeJohn and granddaughters, Victoria and Faith, who are now looking into the face of God. All right. So not only is she extremely well trained and educated, she is a great, woman, a family, got a great family. We need that back in America, guys. So moving in the right direction, I think. So let's see her. I think it would be a huge win for America if she gets elected. I really do. And I pray that she does. All right, New Jersey. Governor's race between Ciccarelli and Sherrill could hinge on enthusiasm, voter turnout, professor says. So I listened to Ciccarelli today. The guy he's on fire. I think he's going to win. I think it's almost like hands down he's going to win in New Jersey. And that's going to be fantastic for New Jersey. I lived in New Jersey too. All right. I did courses and so forth in the Pine Barrens in New Jersey. Love New Jersey. I think they would do really well to get a Republican governor there. They need it. Remember, their Democrat governor was probably one of the most atrocious governors during. I remember he came to this guy's gym, had him locked up several times. Came in with law enforcement. They tried to shut his gym down. The guy still opened his gym up. God, what a bad man. I'm surprised that he was reelected, but hopefully we get a Republican in there. I think it's going to happen. All right, so this is the movement. I don't see good hope for the Republicans. So let's pray that we get these Republicans in there and we start making a difference here in America. All right, so don't give up, guys. It's usually these in between, the major races that the Republicans start to fall asleep. But we need to stay motivated. We need to stay on point and continue to win. Right. So we know that the more recent silliness that happened with the No Kings. A lot of people are rejecting that. It was basically a huge loss for Democrats. No one liked it, except for like 1 or 2% of Americans. No one else was involved, and everyone's laughing at that 1 to 2% that actually did those crazy events with all the people in their little costumes running around. God, what a clown show on steroids, right? So here's a response that's coming back at them.
They've lost culture. Yeah, I've got 3 boys. Calling someone a Democrat is an insult. Mm-hmm. Calling someone a Kamala voter is an insult. This is white, black, Asian, Hispanic. Young men across America are over the BS that they saw at this No Kings rally. Look at the dance. These are huge dorks. They have no power. They are losers. No one wants to hang out with them. They're old 1960s protesters who now are on the side that they used to protest against, right? They don't realize that the world has shifted around them, and they are awkward lunatics. And so their last refuge is violence.
Yeah, it's very sad. And I agree with him. Their last refuge is violence, insults, racism. It's very sad, right? America is and deserves to be much better, right? So we need to elect these people going forward, Republicans, and start to push out. That's a good one, Stu. Fart sacks. that's what they had on, right? Yeah, they probably smelled pretty good. All right, so guys, come on. Let's stop playing games with these people. Let's start to move forward. Let's vote the right people in. Let's support the right people. Let's have the right conversations. Let's push back on all the craziness that's going on from the leftist lunatics. All right, that's not America. We have to stop this. All right, and I think we are. I think a lot of Democrats, God love you guys, that are like turning away from the Democrat Party because your party has gone way overboard. All right. And so, yeah, that's a stunning background, isn't it? Yeah. Thanks, Jesse. It's cool. And having a great time here. So coming in, trying to get some more information out there. Again, thank you guys. Made 100,000 on YouTube. Let's keep growing the numbers. Like the numbers are like blowing up. So you guys are loving it. I'm giving you the good information. We're going to keep it coming. And together, we're going to make America great again. All right. America is already great. We're not going to make it great again. We're just making it greater. Right. And that's as someone that's always looking to, go much further. Perfection, always looking for perfection. And then the next level of perfection. I think America is reaching new levels of perfection. And it's because of us. All right. Let's keep it up. All right. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets with Brad Olson back, and I'm going to read his bio. Haven't read it in a little bit. It's kind of like give him a brief introduction because we've been on so many times, but it's been a little while. So some of you that haven't, on YouTube, I got my YouTube channel back. So some of you guys haven't heard Brad before. So I'm going to go into a little bit of detail about his background. He is a captivating speaker and author of 11 books, including 3 in his esoteric series, Modern Esoteric, Future Esoteric, and Beyond Esoteric, and his soon-to-be released Secrets of Antarctica, which we'll be talking about today. He is an award-winning author, book publisher, and conference speaker. And I can tell you, I have been around him in conferences, and his information is over the top. And also, he's been at the Journey to Truth, Contact in the Desert, Alien Event, Conscious Life Expo, and the Mount Shasta Summer Conference, where I spoke with him one time, and he was in a couple conferences actually, where he's basically he comes in, he heads up like we have round table type situation, and he heads it up, and he is the best, absolutely the best when we have these conferences and round tables like that. All right, so he's also The Truth is Out There, Mysteries of the Outdoors. He has traveled to all 7 continents. He's the only person I know that has, including Antarctica by sailboat, Seeking Adventure, and the answers to the mysteries of humankind's past is what Brad does best. And Brad, such an honor to have you back on. Thanks a lot.
Oh, geez, MJ, thanks for that very kind introduction. Always a pleasure to speak with you. And you forgot to say that publishing the 2 Michael Jaco books in print, Intuitive Warrior and Awakening of a Warrior, 2 fantastic books that you wrote.
Yes, and I will always be thankful to you for that, because they had been with other book companies that had basically stolen a lot of my money from publishing. So you basically you breathe more life into them, and we put more pictures in them. Like we were talking about before the show, how you are an expert at putting visual aids into books. And this is also in your new book here we're going to talk about. But you did it in my, The Awakening of a Warrior. That was just fantastic. They told me before that it's like, no, we can't put those pictures in there. I was like, okay. But you came in and just like flooded it with incredible information. So it's quite a great experience being with you on many different levels.
And maps too, which I'm a cartographer myself, and Awakening of a Warrior, every chapter had a map, because you speak about these locations so eloquently in such detail. I thought people got to know this area you're talking about and all these sites. So yeah, I'm big on maps. Of course, they're in my new book, Secrets of Antarctica, and some never before seen in the Western world maps of the Nazi U-boat routes under the ice in Antarctica. This is really breaking some new grounds here with the smoking gun that the U-boats had made it well deep under the ice in Antarctica.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't understand or realize how advanced the technology is in the U-boats, even all the way back to World War II. It was quite a war, the U-boat war, and they were exceptional. Good captains of boats. They did absolutely amazing stuff. And I was able to, when I was at the Naval Academy, talk to one of the top U-boat captains in World War II, and he gave a speech, and I talked to him personally. The technology on these boats, and I've heard this from a lot of guys over the years, is what they could share with me. And they were kind of like, don't share this. And at this point, it's all out. But I can tell you, I was stunned. So yeah, even back then, they were definitely doing some crazy stuff.
And the submarines are very similar to flying discs that can go into inner atmosphere. And I got this from David Hatcher Childress, that in our own secret space programs, they recruit out of the submarine corps, and they're looking for orphans or guys that don't have a family that are willing to go off planet. So this all kind of ties in. All roads lead to Antarctica, as I say on the back cover of my new book, but of course no roads lead there, but all things disclosure related, I think, are going to come out of Antarctica.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you've gone deep down the rabbit hole as usual, and always appreciate that. So where we talked about before the show that we'd like to go and focus on the Nazi aspect. There are so many different aspects that we could go down, and I love this cover. This cover is just incredible. It just really grabs your attention. And then the back cover where you basically just go into all kinds of different crazy rabbit holes. Oh my God. All the ones that I love to be down. Of course, I've ordered the book, and I highly encourage everybody to order the book. It's on Amazon. Is it on CCC Publishing too?
Not yet, just because I don't have physical copies yet, but it's going to the printer by Halloween. So we hope to get your endorsement in there on page 1. And
wow, thanks.
I was going to give you a physical copy next time I see you, but thanks for ordering one. That always helps.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so the Nazis down in Antarctica. Now on the Amazon page was an interesting, looks like an article from 1941, where they even talked about how the Nazis were down in Antarctica and how the British Air Force or something came in and bombed them.
Yeah, that was Operation Tamerlane, and they had set up spying stations on the Palmer Peninsula. And that happens to be the area of Antarctica that I went to via sailboat. In fact, I went to 2 of the old British bases, which was Port Lockroy, and there was a building with the Vernansky base, which had once been a British base. And they were spy stations on the Nazis. Yeah, there's the Lowell, Massachusetts newspaper, Nazi bases in Antarctica. You can even see part of the story that ran. So this is 1941, Michael. So we already knew they were down there, and so did the Brits, so did the Russians, that they were just sending ship after ship, submarine after submarine. The ship that gets most of the attention is the initial voyage of the USS Schwabenland. And that one certainly was bringing down personnel, supplies, a plane that could land in the lakes that never freeze. They're called Antarctic oases, and there are several down there. But the Schwabenland area, the new Schwabenland area claimed by the Germans, has this huge ice-free zone called the Schumacher Ponds. And I have pictures of that in Google Earth and on the Nazi maps themselves. So they're going down there since before the war even began. A lot of people don't even know that Admiral Byrd went to brief the Nazis in 1938 on Antarctica. And they even asked him to go on the Schwabenland trip, but he declined. His son joined him on Operation High Jump. This is the very first summer after World War II. They couldn't waste any time to put together an armada, which one press release Admiral Byrd gave before going down there was, it's a mission that is military in nature. Okay. It's not exploration, not to photograph, which they did, but they're going down with an invasion force. And we could do another show on Operation High Jump because there is just so much to it. But I'll tell you, the Nazis were not only setting up shop in Antarctica in more than one location. There was Point 211, also called Base 211, which is a location on the German topography maps in a section called 211. So I know where that is, and I've pinpointed where they put that base. But the bigger one was called the New Berlin base, and that is the one that's under the ice, which the submarine maps have the route and the chart to get to. Wow.
And I mean, I've been reading the book, so it's pretty exciting. I'll share a little bit of it in a little bit, but you talk about how this is possibly going back. Perry Rees basically had maps, and I've looked at this stuff for decades. The Perry Rees maps, and it shows Antarctica without ice. So at one point, someone saw it without ice because they've done the topography scans where they push through the ice. which is unbelievably thick, like 13,000 feet thick. How did that happen? That's crazy.
Yeah. 2.5
And they have
miles.
hardly any rain now. So some places haven't had rain in like a million years. You point out in your book. God, wow.
Yeah.
So
those are valleys. Yeah.
so yeah, they more recently they were able to scan down and see the topography, and Perry Reed's maps were accurate. It's like, wow. And they were written, what was about 1400, 1500, somewhere around in there?
1513.
Supposedly.
Just
Yeah.
21 years after Columbus's voyage to the New World, which, by the way, till his dying day, he thought he found the islands off of India, like Maldives and Sri Lanka. That's why our Native Americans are misidentified as Indians, and by the West Indies of the Caribbean are also misidentified. So Columbus was lost. He didn't even know he found the New World. It wasn't until the Westmuller map, also about 20 years after Columbus, that Vespucci Americo wrote his name on one of the maps. He helped build the map. He was an explorer, and that's where we got the name America. And it's way down in southern Patagonia, the very first reference of the word America.
Yeah. So they think that Columbus, and he had insights into ancient maps, and he used those ancient maps, kind of like the Perry Reed's maps, perhaps, because Perry Reed's didn't do that work. He got ancient maps as well and put all this together. So this is something that is interesting, and you point all this out, and how at some point Antarctica was obviously without ice, and it was very fertile, and there's pyramids there, and ancient cities, and just underground lakes. There's like 500 and something underground lakes, and the fish are just prolific down there. God, what incredible.
With flowing rivers that go out to the sea as well.
Wow.
Because I have to point out, as I do in my conference presentation on Antarctica, that Antarctica has the most amount of geothermal features of any continent of the world. 14 known active volcanoes.
Wow.
And over 100 known geothermal vents. So you have the propensity for these very large under ice domes to be formed from the steam and the heat. And therefore, these lakes never freeze down there, and they continue to flow, just like the Schumacher Ponds. We went to one of the hot springs. It was even written up in the Lonely Planet book. Believe it or not, there's a 256-page Lonely Planet book just for Antarctica. And when we got to Deception Island, it said there's a hot spring there. So when I went ashore with Emily Infinity and Luke Dogg, the two other Americans I was with, we got there, and had the tide been going out, we could have just stripped down and taken a hot spring. But the tide was coming in, so the water was mixing and getting colder. But we walked around with our shoes off and certainly felt the warm water. So there's a lot of volcanic features down there, and that lends a lot of credibility to the Germans setting up a base there. Because with geothermal power, you can create a power plant, and you can use it for bathing or for fresh water and so many other things when you have warm water like that in a freezing continent. So some of those under ice domes, Michael, they could be habitable year round, unlike the surface, which is just terribly cold and windy and inhospitable.
Well, what better way to hide? You can go underground. We've talked about, domes for years, and that was I think down there they have the ultimate dome, and it's natural, and there's big enough to have massive cities under there if they wanted them, which maybe they do. But it's also, as you found out, highly regulated. You can't go in certain areas. It's blocked off, and they'll come show up with like ships and all kind of crazy stuff to make you go back, and they'll come out of nowhere. That's wild.
There was a story about 20 years ago of these two Olympic athletes who wanted to cross country across Antarctica, and they just started striking out, and they must have veered off their course, because everything, you have to tell them where you're going. So when we went down in a sailboat, we had to tell them everywhere we're going. Not that there's anybody watching you or spying, but these two women, they're just kind of cross country and along. It's probably their third week or so. And all of a sudden, your comrades, the Navy SEALs, come down and just land right in front of them and say, well, girls, you're not going any further. And I'm like, what are you talking about? We want to finish our trip. Sorry, you can't. And they made them get on board the helicopter and leave with them. So there are definitely some areas that are very highly sensitive. There are definitely no-fly zone areas, one of which I found out when I was down there is over the South Polar region on one side of it. And in some of the maps that I have in the book, you not only see Admiral Byrd's very first flight. He was the first aviator to fly over the South Pole in 1929. But he gets to the South Pole,
Wow.
and then he goes off about 50 miles in a triangular direction, right exactly where the no-fly zone is today. And so I have other maps of more recent maps of the South Pole Research Station there, where it says that you can fly at 30,000 foot elevation, but you can't fly low. Well, whoever flies over 30,000 feet, there are no intercontinental or cross-continental ocean trips from, say, South America to South Africa or to New Zealand. There's just not. But there are planes that land, even tourist planes that land at the South Pole, and you absolutely cannot fly over this area. Well, Linda Moulton Howe has a whistleblower named Brian S. And I talked to Brian S. for about an hour a couple months ago when I was working on this book. Great guy. Maybe we can get him on the show too.
Oh,
And
my God, that'd be amazing. Heck yeah.
Yeah. I'll hook you up with that.
Seal brother. Absolutely.
Yeah, Seal brother. So he was there for 20 some years. I mean, this guy knows the continent very well. And there was an emergency evacuation out of the South Pole Station. And they had to, their flight plan was to go around the no-fly zone, but the guy was in a world of hurt. They had to get him out of there immediately. So they defied the no-fly zone. They flew over it. And that's when he saw the massive hole in the ice. But he saw not only the hole in the ice, Michael, but there were cat tracks and snowmobile tracks heading from South Pole Station through the area, which these maps that say you can't fly over it also say you cannot travel in this area. And it's supposed to be an air sampling station. He said there was no air sampling station, but the cat tracks and the snowmobile tracks led to the hole. And get this, they corkscrewed down to the hole. So there's even a road entrance down into it. So that just blew me away. And
definitely a Seal
he's
brother.
a great guy.
Good.
And he had some many other incredible stories. Seeing UFOs.
Linda Moulton Howe had a really good show about all that and what she discovered from him. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really great. He's a very down to earth guy.
Yeah.
And he was part of that pickup crew of the missing scientists. That's an amazing story in and of itself. That was out on Marie Byrd Land on the Rockefeller Plateau. And there's Rockefeller Plateau. There's also an Rothschild Island on the Palmer Peninsula that I got.
There is.
Of course there is. So these scientists, they're there, and he dropped them off. They set up camp. You never can really leave your camp for too long because the conditions are so harsh. So they go off radar, or they go off radio silence for a couple of days. They can't reach them. So Brian S. flies out there. He sees there's no one in camp. They're like, what the hell? These guys they went off. They go back to McMurdo Base. And then a couple days later, they get the emergency call. We're here. We're live. Come and get us. They go back there and they are stone-faced, like they've all seen ghosts. But they get on the big cargo plane to fly back to McMurdo, where they're put in quarantine and questioned. But they wouldn't say a word to Brian S. Even went up to one of them, put his hand on his leg and say, what happened to you guys? You know, we were worried about you. We came out here looking for you. They wouldn't say a word. just white as a ghost.
They must have been read the Riot Act. You will not talk. You will not talk.
Or they got into one of these underground bases and then read the Riot Act.
Yeah, I think that's probably what happened. Yeah.
And just like Buzz Aldrin, second man to walk on the moon, he's down there in 2017, and he puts out this cryptic tweet with a picture of the Antarctica pyramid. And he says, "I've seen the face of evil. We are all in danger." And then the tweet came down, and then he gets medevaced out of there. But they got him out of there in time to get medical treatment.
Incredible. Now, on your trip, you talk about it a little bit in the book, where you went to this ancient site, and tell us a little bit about that.
You mean in Antarctica or in South America before we
Antarctica. Was it Antarctica that you were talking about, where you went out where there was abandoned site? It was old.
Yeah, it wasn't ancient though. It was just one of
ancient,
the Operation Tamerlan spy stations of the Brits.
There you go.
But it was totally, it had been unused for about 50, 60 years. So you walk in there and it's like a journey back in time. There's still canned food on the shelves and all the radar and spy equipment. That was pretty wild.
Like a museum. Yeah, that's cool.
But they don't even lock the door because nobody goes down there.
That's insane. Yeah. So under the ice, obviously, the Nazis were down there, and they were developing. Either they were given, which a lot of us believe, ET technology, or they found it and back engineered it. What are your thoughts?
Well, they had recovered a UFO in the Black Forest in 1933 that the German scientists were already starting to backward engineer. And then a couple years later, in the Lombardy region of Italy, a nearly intact craft was acquired, and Mussolini lends it out to the German scientists. Not only that, but ever since the end of World War I, there were these women in the Vril Society, Maria Orsic and Sigrin, and they had their hair real long to help them with their telepathic abilities. And they too were finding that they were getting these telepathic messages that were so clear that they were able to just dictate the schematics to scientists. And the famous disc-shaped scientist named Victor Schauenberger, he said, this is actionable intelligence. We can work with this stuff that came out of the Vril women. So this is in the 1920s, and then the 1930s, they get these two crafts. They were already working on prototypes before World War II even started. And a couple times during World War II, there were sites of these craft, one of which in the Battle of Kursk, the largest tank battle in history outside of Moscow in 1943. It wasn't in a combat position, but it was more of an observation a little bit far off. They did not want it to get shot down and lose it. But at the time, the Russians didn't know if it was Germans. The Germans didn't know if it was Russian. Neither one of them knew that they weren't extraterrestrial, but a lot of reports of seeing this. But turns out they were German. And at the end of World War II, all of these scientists were gone. You know, we're trying to get them for Project Paperclip to come over here and start all our programs. They're up and gone. If they weren't gone, they had a bullet in the back of their head. So when it was all going down, and ever since the Battle of Kursk, High Command, they knew the war was going to be lost. So they had about 2 years to get everything out. That is all the high technology they wanted to keep, all the treasure. You know, there are metric tons of gold that were confiscated by the Nazis in World War II that have never been accounted for, including some priceless artifacts like the Spear of Destiny, which is a whole long story about that. But so
Indiana Jones type stuff, yeah.
Oh man, it was. And so this stuff just goes missing, presumably taken down to Antarctica, where in 1943, Admiral Dolence, who was the head of the U-boat fleet, he said, "We have created in one of the farthest corners of the world an impregnable fortress for the Fuhrer." So they knew going under the ice, you can't be seen by satellite, nowadays drones or flyovers by plane. It, like you said, is the ultimate dumb. And it was already there, ready to go. You mentioned, where did they get the technology to get in there? Well, they did. They were incredibly adept at creating underground bases. In fact, several of those scientists came over and got our deep underground military bases going. They were Project Paperclip Nazis as well, but they were doing it in Antarctica. But there was also, I found several data points that they were given an old defunct reptilian base, also in New Schwabenland. So their mission to base 211 was to repopulate this old base and then retrofit it for their use, which I think they did. And they might even still be down there.
Yeah, I would say so. Man, we could go so many different directions, but I'm trying to like timeline it a little bit. So the Nazis knew they were going to lose in Germany, but they were just going to spread everywhere else. Now we did an excellent show, and it blew me wide open as far as like, the Bush family connection to the Nazis. You outlined all that, their departure from Germany, probably from the U-boats through the Swiss, little rat lines and so forth. And that got them into Argentina. Now they'd been in Argentina since the 1930s. And I did a show, individually just recently about that. I went into that. The Perones basically did Operation Paperclip on their own. So we had Operation Paperclip going into the United States, and we had Operation Paperclip going into Argentina. And we can talk a little bit further into the show about how that's working into Milei and President Trump basically helping him out to, I think, destroy the Nazi influence there in Argentina. But all kind of Bavarian villages, which you outlined in a show that we did earlier, and I went into that. It's unbelievable. So they're obviously leaving and setting up and getting ready to, push their influence in other areas. So down in Antarctica, I think they obviously stayed there and developed their technology to a certain level. Do you think you said they're still there?
Yeah. So get this, about 2.5 years ago at the McMurdo base in the middle of winter, when there's only 1,000 people on skeleton crew at all the bases that remain open year round on the entire continent, about 100 German-speaking, mostly men, but some women, came into McMurdo and just said, "We got to get out of here. We got to go." This was right at the time, and I know you have Gene Decode on your show, and he talks about them taking out the dumbs, that there were these huge earthquakes on the Palmer Peninsula on the direct route to South America, which Gene Decode says they were taking out the German bases, but also the maglev tubes to escape. So they're cutting them off.
At the earthquakes at the 10K level. Yeah.
Your big ones. Yeah. 10 kilometers below the
when
surface.
You see it at that level, that's usually an indicator they're taking out dumbs, or they're, like you're talking, maglev, tubes and so forth.
So right around that time, Linda Moulton Howe, as well as Michael Sala, were getting intel that all these Germans were showing up at McMurdo just a week or two after those big earthquakes. So they're probably feeling, hey, we're trapped. We better get out of here.
Desperate, yeah.
And then they flew them out. But that was pretty weird that they would just show up in the middle of winter. And they didn't tell them where they were coming from and stuff, or how they got there. I mean, they're probably just traveling on the cat tracks. That's the main way of transporting over the polar plateau. Just like you see at ski resorts, the way they plow the ski runs, they use those big cat tracks down there as well. But the other thing in South America, so 7 years ago, almost exactly to the month, I was heading down to South America before my trip to Antarctica. And one of the things I was doing down there was looking into all these reported locations where the Germans set up shop. And they call them micronations. This is what John Lear, the late John Lear, he and I had many discussions on the subject. He's since passed away, but I quote him in my book and also in Beyond Esoteric, which I have a lot of this information too, that these micronations were set up by the Germans pre-World War II, during World War II. Perón, the president of Argentina, was incredibly corrupt. He was on the payroll. And then when he then had a successor, then they deposed Allende in Chile and put in Pinochet, who was just as bad as Perón. So they always had a fascist government in South America they could go to. So when I got down to Bariloche.
So I've had on James Files, who was the, one of the assassin group, that he was one of the guys, he shot behind the picket fence and hit Kennedy. So he's former military, and he was basically, contracted and brought in by former President Bush, H.W. Bush, like we've talked about. And he talked about on one of my shows how Pinochet and Peru or those guys down there were basically part of the CIA plan. So the CIA and the Nazi influence is very strong as well.
Very, very strong. And so the CIA, boy, we could go into this, and of course, you know a lot about that, but how they started out the OSS during World War II, and then in 1947 got created by paperclip Nazis, part of the mix of putting together this force. And then the CIA, they start to become beholden to the globalists. So they become the enforcement arm of the globalists. But all the while, they're protecting their own of these rat line escaped Nazis, which I think is the Fourth Reich. They set up another network down there, an intelligence network. Joseph Farrell, the author, calls it Nazi International and coined the term the Fourth Reich. So they were basically setting up these micronations that John Lear was telling me about. And even a place like Area 51 or the Nellis base in Nevada, not too far away from us, is a micronation that you have to sign papers and take an oath. And you basically, they don't have to report to Congress, and they're outside the jurisdiction of our normal law. Same thing down in South America, in Brazil, Chile, and Argentina. I found locations of these massive land holdings of the Germans. Wow. And so they could be moving their technology, their personnel, and all their loot down there from 1943 on. It wasn't just to Antarctica, but Antarctica was certainly one of their colonies that was linked into these micronations.
Well, the Germans were coming there in Argentina in the 30s, early 30s. Do you think that was their backup plan if everything went wrong, or they were just expanding all the way back then?
Well, they knew that the governments were pretty much corrupted and could be paid off, at least the ones they wanted to work with. And so,
because they even tried to get the Mexican government to come across the border and hit the United States. So obviously they had a big influence down there.
A very big influence. There was a joke I heard when I was in Argentina, because Argentina and Chile, they've basically wiped out all of their indigenous people. And they're kind of having an existential crisis. Who are we as Argentinians? And they're mostly Southern European children of immigrants, much as we are, but they're more Italian or Greeks or Spanish. So the joke is, we're Italians who speak Spanish and wish we were as rich as the Germans, because down in South America, the Germans have all the money, and they still do to this day. And so we went to some of those enclaves. The most notable one is called La Falda. It's just outside of Cordoba, the second largest city in Argentina. And there is a whole town there where I've been to Germany many times. It's like you're just walking into a German town in La Falda. And there's the big famous Eden Hotel there, where there are pictures of Hitler having dinner with the Eichhorns, who own the hotel. So I took the tour. And at the end of the tour, Michael, the guy spoke pretty good English. And I said, well, do you really think Hitler survived the war? And he goes, I don't have to think it. I know it. I said, well, how do you know it? He goes, right here in La Falda, there's an elderly woman who was a teenager in the mid 1940s. And she was working at the Eden Hotel when Hitler and Eva Braun and their dog Blondie even came off a U-boat and stayed there for a while. And of course, they had their SS guard the whole time. A lot of people don't understand. The Third Reich, as a political party, never surrendered after World War II, nor did the SS.
They didn't lose.
Praetorian Guards. I mean, they
didn't
were,
lose. Yeah, good.
They never
Good,
gave
Brad.
up. So they started the Fourth Reich in South America and Argentina, and then there were pockets of them in other countries too.
Wow, this is fantastic. Now, to like solidify themselves in the Fourth Reich, we have Admiral Byrd. Right, there's a on your 28th page. Do you mind if I share the screen on that?
Go ahead. This is a first time ever showing the contents of the book. But yeah, for you, Michael, let's do it.
All right, awesome. So here's the Operation High Jump and South Pole cover-ups. So you go into it here, early 1947. The next expedition of legendary American polar explorer Richard Byrd approached the shores of Antarctica on a very strange expedition. Unlike the first three, it was fully funded by the U.S. Navy and had the military name Operation High Jump. Admiral Byrd, a 33-degree Freemason, I didn't know that, led the expedition of 30 ships and 4,700 militarized soldiers. That's interesting, militarized. The mission had 3 task forces that were sent out in different directions and was to last 6 to 8 months. But the fleet started back in just 8 weeks. So that is very, having been part of many operations in the past, that's highly unusual to, in the middle of operation, for you to basically just go back. So something happened.
Something major happened. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a rout. Did you know that Operation High Jump is still classified to this day? You can't even do a Freedom of Information to find out. So something went down, and when Byrd was on his way back to the U.S. after the 2-month expedition was called short, he did an interview with an American journalist, and it ran in El Mercurio newspaper. It never ran in the West. It was supposed to, but the Chileans ran the story, and in it, he said that he didn't want to scare anyone, but we have to be used to the idea that there was an enemy that could fly pole to pole at incredible speeds. This is in 1947.
Wow.
I don't even know there's a plane today that could fly to pole at incredible speeds, at least not that we're being told about.
Yeah. There's my tech stuff out there, but that's pushing the envelope, obviously. Yeah. So, they talk about, I guess he wrote about it in his diary. Within a year after that,
yeah. And not only that, but his son published a diary after he died. And his son was actually on High Jump with his father. So he saw it all. He knew it all. And when they got back, James Forrestal was a good friend of Admiral Byrd. They're both Navy guys. And James Forrestal was the very first Secretary of Defense. He knew everything that Byrd saw. And he started stalking the hallways of the Pentagon, saying the Nazis are in Antarctica. They've got UFOs. We're all in danger. Basically what Byrd said in that El Mercurio newspaper transcripts.
Yeah.
But what he says was that Operation Deep Freeze, they struck a deal with the Nazis because keep in mind that there was a big UFO overfly of the Capitol in 1952. So Byrd would have known where those UFOs came from that could fly pole to pole at incredible speeds. Those were Antarctica UFOs. It happened again 4 days later in DC, and they didn't even send up planes to intercept them. So I've got those newspaper headlines in my book. And then so Byrd gets assigned to go back down there for deep freeze. And according to Captain Mark Richards in this military document, that the assignment was the Germans, they didn't want to fight a war. They didn't want to have to do high jump again. So they had decided, we'll give you one of our craft. You guys can backward engineer it. And they landed it on a secret ship, and it hightailed it back. And so Byrd eventually came back too. Then he gets on the Longines Watch show shortly after Operation Deep Freeze. And he also speaks in very coded words. He says that there is a land beyond the pole. Okay, well, there is nothing beyond the pole. It is just the polar plateau for hundreds of miles in all directions, what we're told. But he says in his diary, too, that he saw the land beyond the pole. And so it just begs the question, what is that land beyond the pole? And so shortly after the Longines interview, Admiral Byrd dies in his sleep at the age of 68. Heart attack gun, CIA, possibly.
Oh, yeah.
So then get this. Then his son, who's been holding on to this information and then acquires the diary, publishes it. Then he is invited to go down to Washington, D.C. from Boston. And he takes a train and he's going to give the keynote speech. They're honoring Admiral Byrd. He never shows up. Not only does he never show up, here's a patrician family that has never had to worry about food, but he winds up in an old Baltimore warehouse, basically frozen solid. He never gave that talk. So they tried to shut him up. I think it was a botched attempt to quiet Richard Byrd Jr., his son, who also died at 68. And so it like with James Forstall, when they have this kind of knowledge about what's really going on down in Antarctica.
Yeah, that's crazy. So then there's been lots of UFO sightings since then, possible ET, ancient ET cities. They're either covered up with the ice or they're underground, like we've described. So do you think there were Draco reptilian or mixed ET? What do you think is what kind of ETs you think were in Antarctica or still are?
Yeah, probably the whole gamut, because it's a big, big continent. There's a lot of areas that could be inhabited. The Draco reptilian certainly had more than one location. They gave one of those defunct bases to the Nazis. There are the tall white Nordic aliens who look very human-like, but taller and bigger eyes. And there is the domain of the Ariani, which is this area that Admiral Byrd describes in his diary, that when he flies down into this hole in the ice that he saw in 1929, he knew exactly where it was. He knew where to come back to it. And when he goes down into it, he's met with two UFOs that come wingtip to wingtip, that they were called Flugerods, but there's no such word as Flugerod in the German language. Yet these pilots come over his radio and say, don't worry, Admiral Byrd, you're in good hands. We'll be landing in a few minutes at the domain, and with a German accent. And they get out, and there are these two real tall blonde-haired guys, and they escort him into a city where he is met by the master. And the city is some futuristic area. Mind you, this is not necessarily under the earth or in inner earth, just under the ice, under the 2.5 miles of polar plateau ice where this hole is near the South Pole. So he flies in, he lands, he meets with the master, who warns them about nuclear bombs. And you hear this a lot with contactees in post-World War II, that all the aliens are really concerned with is that we have discovered the nuclear bomb. And so is the master. And he says, you're a very esteemed person, Admiral, on the surface world. And Admiral Byrd took pause to that. And he goes, yes, you're in the domain of the Ariani. And we want you to take this message back and tell your fellow commanders at the Pentagon not to play with matches. Don't use these nuclear bombs. It's going to end up bad for everybody. So he says, yeah, of course I will. And Michael, this is at the very beginning of Operation High Jump. And he is then escorted back out by the same two Flugelrods and the tall Germanic guys. And the last thing they send to him is Auf Wiedersehen, which is goodbye in German. And then he gets control of the plane. And there are definitely 3 hours of missing time when Byrd went on this very early flight during Operation High Jump. It's even in the records of the operations of Operation High Jump that Byrd was going to make this flight. And there are 3 hours of missing time. So he comes back on the radio. The men must have been delighted. He's a very well-loved military man.
Yeah.
He gets back to Little America, but as a military officer, he is under orders to carry out high jump. And then they're confronted with these UFOs that come up out of the water a couple weeks later. And so that's the Battle of High Jump, which was very one-sided. And the U.S. government did not ever want this to get out, that we got routed by Antarctica Germans in 1947. And it's still why it's classified to this day.
Wow. And I think at some point, we both are, in connection or with Laura Eisenhower.
Yep.
Of course, this was during Eisenhower's administration. So Valiant Thor from Venus, right? So, we've done shows together at Mount Shasta. So those guys talked about Valiant Thor, and they actually had contact with Venusians, and very, very convincing contact. And I've read some of the books about this. They're extremely convincing. It's like, yeah, this definitely was going on. So do you think that Valiant Thor and the Venusians, they came in and basically kind of settled down the situation so it didn't get out of hand, maybe?
Well, of course, Valiant Thor shows up at the Pentagon.
Right.
Remember the Frank Strange's book, Stranger in the Pentagon, in the early 1950s. He shows up, and he too is saying, hey, temper the nuclear response. Don't do it. Aliens, including the Pleiadians, all the benevolent ETs have always said, we're not comfortable with you guys having nuclear bombs. Get rid of them, and then we'll share technology with you. But like the Germans, the Americans were just so intoxicated with the ability to get advanced technology from the reptilians, they turned to the dark side. And in America, that's the Greada Treaty. And I've had long conversations with Laura on this because, of course, her great-grandfather reissued the Greada Treaty, but he didn't start it. It actually goes all the way back to 1933 aboard an aircraft carrier in Panama. So actually FDR started the Greada Treaty, and then it went all the way through his administration. It's renewed every 10 years. So then in 43, and then Truman was president with the flyover of DC in 52, when then Eisenhower then gets elected. Eisenhower wanted to find out what was going on in Area 51 during his administration. In the 1950s, they were already keeping him from it. And he threatened to rally the First Army out of Colorado to take it militarily if they didn't let him in. So this is how deep the secrets go and how far back they go, because they didn't even want to tell Eisenhower what they knew was going on or what kind of technology they were testing in Area 51.
So, Jordan Maxwell said that Thor, somebody said this in the chat, Thor went to visit him and claimed that he was fake, and the person playing Val Thor admitted it. So we know that there's always disinformation that goes on. My field is Valiant Thor was a real deal. And then the bad guys don't want everybody to think there's somebody that's going to help them. Right. So, and that's part of the things that happened. So, I like Jordan Maxwell, but maybe he was fooled. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Well, I knew Jordan Maxwell as well. Spoke at his award ceremony. I was the MC to give him his Lifetime Achievement Award. And
nice.
I can only
Wow.
speak the highest praises for the man. He's
Me
one
too.
of my mentors in many ways,
Mhm.
as far as learning all these esoteric subjects. So what he felt about Val Thor, I know he certainly knew that we were in contact with both malevolent ETs and benevolent ones, and whether he thought that Val Thor may have been tricking us or had been from somewhere else, but very much a human looking ET. There's pictures of him, you wouldn't be able to distinguish him, but he was highly telepathic, and he was there with his brother and another Venusian. These famous pictures of them at a news briefing, and they too were very much, hey, we want to help you guys out. We'll help you with technology, but you got to get rid of the nuclear bombs. You can't do this doomsday stuff. The planet's too valuable to risk with you guys playing with matches here.
Yeah, and he's described as indescribably handsome, and then the women that were with him, the same.
There
So
he
that,
is.
I mean, there's pictures of him out there, black and white color, of course, but you know, you can. It's all about, you know, your own determination about all of this stuff. You can believe or not believe. It's just information we're putting out there. We're really going off the down a rabbit hole on a lot of this stuff, but this information to guys like us, it's, you know, because I talk about you know, super soldier stuff and my memories of it, and we've been at conferences where again you were we had a large group of people that were talking about it, and we're all coming to the same, even though we're completely independent, never have talked together before, we didn't know each other, we're having the same information coming through. So you got to start to ask yourself, there's probably something to this, right?
Yeah, there definitely
Yeah.
is something to this. It's the greatest secret that's ever been kept.
Mhm.
And as I say in the book, it's Antarctica could very well play a pivotal role in meaningful disclosure coming out in the world. So if you just fast forward to today, some parts of Antarctica are melting very rapidly. And there are 3 massive motherships down there. I've identified 2 of them in the book that I can say quite confidently are two of the 3 motherships, which were nicknamed by our intelligence agencies way back in the 1970s, Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria. And one of them happens to be in New Schwabenland. So as the ice retreats in certain areas, paradoxically, though, it is expanding and raising the level of the polar plateau in other regions. So Mother Nature, in her infinite wisdom, is keeping the balancing act so that the ocean levels don't rise. Because if that sheet of the polar plateau were to slip off of the continent into the ocean, it'd be like pouring a bunch of ice cubes into an already full glass. Of course, it would overflow and then flood our coastal cities. But so there are areas that are warming up, and the ice levels dropping, exposing some of these craft. So that's part of the disclosure. But then also these under ice bases and the scanning sonar. You know, we've heard so much about what they've done on the Giza Plateau, scanning there and then finding these levels and chambers that go on and on and on. They're doing the same thing in Antarctica and finding the same results.
Really?
It's like
Wow.
Swiss cheese down there. Yeah. And finding that there's whole environments that haven't been seen before, and animals, as you said, fish and other species that are presumed to live in this environment. So it is really like an alien planet down there.
Yeah, incredible. So yeah, it's there's lots of mysteries down there, and you're disclosing them, you know, incredibly in this book. So what else would you what else would you like to cover in the last few minutes that we have together?
Well, we should do another follow-up interview and go into the details of Operation High Jump and then these maps that I'm reproducing in Secrets of Antarctica. But that book will be out at the end of the year. So why don't we kind of time it for that? But the other thing
we could do one. I don't want to wait that long.
Okay.
I want to do another show right now, but maybe in November we'll do one, and then December we'll do another one, because you're talking, because I love your information on giants, and you have Patagonia giants in this one, right?
There is.
Tease us a little bit with that.
Tease you a little bit with that. So
yeah,
as I mentioned, there are no indigenous people in Chile and Argentina anymore. Only 1% have survived, including the Fueguean Indians, is what the Patagonian giants were called. And they were these remarkably tall men and women that lived in one of the most inhospitable regions where humans lived, and that is the southern tip of South America. And they were only just like a fur tunic, very minimal clothing in such a cold climate. I was there in the middle of summer, and we were wearing our winter clothes every day. And it's really frigid down there, especially in Terra del Fuego, where these Fueguean Indians lived. And they would light these big bonfires at night. And when the mariners were passing through the Magellan Straits that separate Patagonia and Terra del Fuego, they would see the giants dancing around the fires at night, and must have been rather freaked out. That's how it got the name Terra del Fuego, the land of fire, from the giants lighting these fires. I thought I'd be seeing volcanoes and stuff down there, but that's
I know, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Wow. That's a
so
good
the
story.
Other thing I'll just end on that I wanted to bring up when we were talking about the Nazis in South America, not too far away from La Falda, and they're called the Cordoba Sierra mountain range. It's a sub-mountain range in the middle of Argentina. Hardly anybody knows about it. Everybody thinks of the Andes Mountains, and they're the second tallest mountain range in the world. But the Cordoba Sierras are kind of like these foothills in the middle of Argentina. And that's where La Falda is, and these this German village. It's not a micronation because you can just go in there. The micronations are very well sealed, barbed wire fence. You can only go in by appointment. But not far away is this mountain that we read about in The Lonely Planet. So Emily Infinity and I, my girlfriend at the time, she was traveling with me all the way down to Antarctica and back. We're like, hey, let's go do a night watch, see if we see any UFOs there. So I bought a Ford excursion, and we were camping out in the back, and we were watching the mountain all night. We didn't see anything. But when I get back, I talked to my friend David Hatcher Childress. He was one of the stars on Ancient Aliens. I said, yeah, David, we went to the Monte Cerrillo mountain on a night watch looking for UFOs, because the Lonely Planet even, and the Lonely Planet's kind of the mainstream media of travel guides. If it's in Lonely Planet, then it's kind of the CNN of travel literature. And in the Lonely Planet book, David, I'm telling him, they talked about people getting abducted from this little town that we went to, and there were burn marks in the grass where these craft landed. He goes, Brad, those weren't alien UFOs. There's a German dumb military base in the mountain there. That's where they were testing in South America their UFOs. He goes, do you really think an alien craft would be seen with rivets in it or would leave burn marks in the grass? The real alien craft don't do any of that stuff. And so this is where they were testing. Yeah, part of the reason why they had it to get Perón to give him permission to set up shop in Argentina.
Wow. And do you think that the this takedown of the Nazi system in Argentina is going to like have a domino effect throughout South America? Maybe.
Well, I sure hope so, because they have gotten away with these dictators who have held an iron grip on many of the countries in South America for so long, and basically allowed Hitler to live out his natural life down there, and Martin Bormann and many others. In fact, we're also looking in the Lonely Planet, going through this big high elevation mining town in Bolivia called Oruro. And what is there to do here? And we're looking through the book. It says, oh, Klaus Barbie, the butcher of Lyon, one of the guys who rounded up people for the concentration camps in France. Yeah, he escaped and he lived out his natural life here. He just changed his name, but there's a little hut behind a sawmill where Klaus Barbie lived out the rest of his life. So there's just all kind of stories about the Nazis. In fact, when we were down there, they found this basement. I think it was in Buenos Aires, but a treasure trove of Third Reich armaments and ribbons, awards, helmets, all kinds of stuff worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on if you were to trade it. So there's still a lot of sediment down there for the Third Reich, aka the Fourth Reich.
Yeah, yeah, and the I guess there's a lot of like I think the Norwegian, you know, one prince or king or whatever married someone from Argentina not too long ago, and her background is basically part of the Nazi German, you know, DNA. So yeah, they're spreading it all over the world. So it's
one big happy family.
Yeah. Oh yeah, crazy. So yeah, so people can find you Brad Olsen with an E, SENOLSEN, Brad Olsen.com. That's where you have your main site.
Yeah, that's about me and the projects I'm working on and my upcoming conferences. And then CCC Publishing, where you can get Michael Jaco's books, Brad Olsen's books, and a whole bunch more. And yeah, I've got a YouTube. You got your channel back, and that's encouraging, Michael, because
It really is, right?
I was not going to post videos on there for fear of losing it, but you and Laura got hers back, and a lot of other
really?
people.
I didn't know that. Good.
Yeah.
Good for her. A lot of
Good,
people
yeah.
are. Good.
So maybe I will start posting videos. But one of our interviews from a couple months ago, Michael, I put it on YouTube, and they took it down right away.
Really?
So, yeah. I think we mentioned the V word.
Oh, okay.
And that is verboten.
Still. But I mention it all the time now.
Oh,
Now
wow.
for the savings pre-order price guarantee, what is it going to go up to, you think?
Well, it's $24.95, so that is the cover price if you want to pre-order it now, and those will ship at the end of December. And this book is going to the printer in just a matter of weeks, so no
Nice.
later than Halloween. We've already got our print schedule, so it's definitely in the pipeline. It's finished. I'm just finishing up the index, and it will soon be available as well as in ebook form.
Yeah, you know what I like to do someday, Brad, and hopefully it won't be too far in the future, is like, you know, you have all these sacred places, destinations.
Yeah.
Maybe put together some kind of tour where we take people to those places. And of course, if they have the hot springs, like you're like a hot springs, like, you know, those tracker dogs. You're like a hot springs tracker. Like you could smell them out wherever they're at. It's unbelievable. I've been on several fantastic hot spring little you know, expeditions with you. So great time. So it'll be great to, like, you know, at some point lead some tours, and you could talk, you know, your information on the different stuff. We can talk, you know, do meditations, and so it'd be fun. And maybe we can get, you know, some other people involved as well. Laura Eisenhower, I don't know, maybe some other people. It'd be fun.
Yeah. All CCC Publishing authors. Just do
Yeah, there you go.
Help
Yeah.
us, yeah. Laura, of course, is on the website, CCC Publishing too. Her book, Awakening the Truth Frequency, is doing well, as are yours. And so, yeah, and Leo Lion-Zagami, he's going to write
Zagami, yeah.
endorsement.
Yeah, I do some great shows with him. Boy, that guy is just like blowing stuff up now.
Oh yeah, he sure is.
But I've done live YouTube shows with him, and they got massive views. So they're letting us come out with some of this information now. So it's really good.
Good. Let's keep coming out with it.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it. As long as you know, we get President Trump in there, we get another Democrat in there. It's going to get shut down again, unfortunately. But so hopefully we get 8 more years with I don't know, another Republican. So we'll see.
Right on. Yep. Well, it's the zeitgeist of the age, Michael. This is all going to come out. It's just a matter of when.
Absolutely. All right, Brad, thanks so much. And everyone that joined us, we had a huge audience. Hope you guys share it. Let everybody know this great videos here. And Brad's great work. And of course, I got a couple books too. So, all right. Lots of love to you guys. And we'll see you guys next time.
On Wednesday, 1st of October, the U.S. incorporated government shut down because Congress didn't pass a budget. Since then, all but essential services were functioning inside the government. SCOTUS has no authority under a wartime president, and as of the Wednesday, 1st of October, closure of the privately run by foreign bankers U.S. Incorporated had been defunded. As of this week, SCOTUS had run out of money and was now only performing essential services. Something else Americans would want to know: the privately owned by foreign bankers Federal Reserve had until Friday, 17th of October to pay back to the American people with gold/asset-backed currency their over $38 trillion in debt. They failed to do such. Therefore, the U.S. incorporated government has been permanently closed. For years, President Trump has warned that the fiat dollar was an instrument of globalist control. Trump has spent years uniting nations so they could reinstate gold/asset-backed currencies at a 1-to-1 to each other and thereby rescue sovereignty to the nations. That plan has necessitated destroying the Satan-worshipping central banking cartel and ending the Illuminati's IMF, BIS and World Economic Forum's counterfeit financing. It involved resurrecting sound money around the world so as to rebuild economies founded in concepts of the original Constitution, sovereign nations that functioned under God. Quantum satellites of the new Starlink satellite system have aligned above every continent to link gold accounts inside a new quantum financial system. The plan also involved investigating, charging, arresting, holding military tribunals and carrying out sentences on untold thousands of global elites involved. On May 16, 2025, Trump signed JSR into law, marking the beginning of the greatest financial and political shift in modern history. Mass arrests are happening, the IRS is gone, Federal Reserve collapsing, and the quantum financial system is online. In a classified briefing, Trump told his closest advisors, "The people are ready. The world is ready. The financial stranglehold is over. We are taking back what is ours. The greatest wealth transfer in history is about to begin." Deep state corrupt financial system, crumbling, their Federal Reserve, collapsing. IRS shut down, IMF and World Bank, scrambling, thousands of political and global elites were either being arrested, or in hiding, knowing their time was up. Expect full mass media blackout, Gitmo tribunal footage, global bank asset seizures, NISR/JSR activation including global currency reset finalization and quantum voting worldwide. According to Kash Patel on Telegram on Sunday 19th of October, 2025, the countdown has begun. Internal signals have been sent through the quantum grid. All regional command centers are synced. The EBS is not a drill. It is a controlled global reset sequence. Final tests were being run across satellite bands and multiple government servers have entered silent mode. That only happens before a full broadcast switch. The exact timestamp has been transmitted to select nodes. The public will not hear the alert until the moment it triggers. When you see the first screen blackout, you have minutes, not hours. Every channel will turn into one feed, no ads, no interruptions, just truth. According to Mr. Poole on Telegram, the EBS emergency broadcast system starts next Tuesday, October 21, 2025. People should prepare on Monday 20th of October by stocking up on food, water, medications and essential supplies. This will be a global event. Complete media, internet and bank shutdowns are expected. Take your money out of the bank and be ready. More intel from Mr. Poole. EBS emergency broadcast system starts in 4 days, next Tuesday, October 21, 2025. People should prepare on Monday, October 20th. On Friday, August 31, 2025, Restored Republic. The Cardin Group received notice from a valid source notified by U.S. military active duty who asked that people prepare for 10 days of darkness within the next 24 to 48 hours. There will be 10 days of darkness where there will be shutdowns. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, will send out alerts. Banks will be closed, ATMs will not work, nor will debit/credit cards. We will need to have a minimum of 3 weeks of food, water. There will be 24/7 education for the people, airing 8 hours/reruns 3 times per day. The government will be shut down and replaced. Sunday 19th of October. 2025 The system is arming itself. Mr. Poole on Telegram middle. At 0300 hours several government servers switch to isolated quantum mode. That only happens when broadcast files are being loaded directly into the network core. Middle. Multiple military flights have been detected circling above strategic communication hubs. Their signals match the same frequencies used during EBS tests earlier this year. Middle. Insiders report that all civilian media feeds are now under watch status. The final security protocol has been initiated, codename Mirror Phase. When this executes, every screen will show the same message. Middle. If you hear 3 short alerts followed by 1 long, it's the confirmation sequence. That sound means the transition is active and there is no going back. B. The EBS, the moment we've been waiting for, Mr. Poole middle. U.S. military alert, all military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. Emergency services will stay active, but everything else is about to go dark. Middle. During this time, no internet, no ATMs, and phones only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. Middle. The emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The truth will be unleashed. Middle. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce, gone. A new age is coming. Middle. On May 16, 2025, Trump signed JSR into law, marking the beginning of the greatest financial and political shift in modern history. Middle. Twos. October 14, 2025, Space Force confirmed that overnight they activated Project Odin, a network grid of satellites that covered all continents designed to replace the entire internet infrastructure owned by private corporations. All military forces worldwide were prepared to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. Emergency services would stay active. Middle. Saturday 18th of October, 2025 Watch closely. The next 48 hours will live in your memory far longer than any headline ever will, Mr. Poole. Middle. When the switch was turned on there would be a worldwide 10-day communication blackout. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. Middle. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce will be replaced. D. What we think we know as of Monday, October 20, 2025 : Middle. Military forces to suspend in a 10-day worldwide communication blackout, all media, internet, phone, ATMs and TV use, except for emergency services and 911 calls, all for your protection during mass arrests of Satan-worshipping, treasonous global elites. Middle. 8-hour documentaries exposing secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, treason, will play over TV, radio and internet non-stop, 24/7. Middle. After the 10 days everyone across the globe will be able to connect to a new quantum internet that also handles your secure banking and transparent voting. Middle. Fair and honest new systems of finance, education, health, and commerce will be installed, including new sovereign governments across the world based on common law and the original concepts of the Constitution. Middle. A Gitmo military tribunal found former Secretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy guilty of treason against the Republic. JAG investigators uncovered his coordination with Nancy Pelosi to block National Guard units from intercepting Antifa operatives and deep state agents during the chaos of January 6. Middle. Sunday 19th of October, 2025, LA declares state of emergency after Trump's ICE raids expose tunnels, safe houses, and foreign-backed trafficking hubs hidden inside sanctuary programs. Middle. In this exclusive last dispensation interview, Tim Ballard speaks directly from a Syria safe house during his humanitarian mission to rescue Christian and Druze children from ISIS butchers. Tim Ballard speaks from Syria safe house, bullets flying truth about testimony in the church. For more information see #am of this update. Middle. According to a DOJ investigation led by FBI Director Kash Patel, the January 6 insurrection was led by Nancy Pelosi. Pelosi's legislative committee reviewing the happenings destroyed evidence, deleted interviews, and withheld communications. January 6 truly was not an uprising of citizens, but an operation of deception. The same agencies that claimed to be caught off guard had prior intel from the FBI, DHS, and military command weeks before. The so-called insurrection was a staged event designed to brand patriots as domestic terrorists, justify new surveillance powers, and crush the MAGA movement before Trump's return. As of October 13, 2025, the United States under President Trump's direct command has sealed the Venezuelan coast with warships, surveillance craft, and Q-linked operations. The cover story says cartel crackdown. Global currency reset : Friday, October 17, 2025. Texas Snake, a banker is very positive that we are right on the verge of receiving notification. His exchange staff is on alert to man the 800 appointment numbers to schedule our meetings. I am receiving information that the exchange centers will begin scheduling appointments possibly by this weekend but no later than Tuesday, October 21st. Thank you, Father God. 14th of October. Majid, the Bank of Nigeria will migrate to the new financial system by October 31, 2025. Wednesday, 15th of October. Wolverine, hi guys, it is 1 a.m. here in Sydney and I like to tell you that I'm overwhelmed with emotions that soon this will be all over. Please believe me that this definitely coming. I'm not here to give you hopium and play with your emotions. Please stay in faith and stay close to God. I love you all with all my heart. Your friend, Wolverine. Friday, October 17, 2025, police light emoji, breaking, Iraqi dinar just appeared on Bloomberg and Reuters, RV in motion, collision emoji, global markets react. Saturday, 18th of October. 2025, Intel report, Tier 1 to 5 structure exposed, the invisible engine behind the global currency reset. Sunday, 19th of October. 2025, boom. U.S. debt clock declares war on central banking slavery, reclaiming the money power, Abraham Lincoln's final warning comes alive. Sunday, 19th of October. 2025, breaking news, ultimate QFS security guide. Protect your account with quantum encryption, biometric verification, UBI insights, age policies and more. Friday, October 17, 2025 Intel report, Tier 4B activated, the global currency reset begins, Mr. Poole. The signal has been sent. Tier 4B is live. The whispers now are execution, codes entered. Systems online. October 21, 2025 is set to be the first controlled public unlock of the QFS interface, Trump War Room on Telegram. This will happen quietly, in waves, no flashy headlines, no public countdowns. What to expect: A secure message containing your personal QFS credentials. Biometric onboarding through the encrypted app gateway. Access to your personal quantum ledger, balances, adjustments, and asset grants. Rollout notes. The system will prioritize verified participants with active financial or humanitarian profiles. You may see pending validation beside certain assets. This is part of the syncing process. Behind the curtain: quantum ledger synchronizations are already live across dozens of nations, from Switzerland to Singapore. The transition is no longer theoretical, it's operational. If October 20th was the final systems go, then October 21st is the first open door. Restored Republic, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Yes, from what I read, those long-awaited for mass arrests have already begun. High-profile bankers, CEOs and corrupt politicians were being rounded up and facing military tribunals. Their greed had made the world's top economies insolvent. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, UK, Taiwan, Australia and New Zealand could no longer sustain their debt any longer. Since 1913 the deep state global elites had stolen the U.S. taxpayer dollars, hoarded the wealth, while rigging banking, stock markets and tax structures to enslave the masses. U.S. taxpayer dollars were money laundered through the deep state cabal's privately owned Federal Reserve, IRS, various privately owned U.S. incorporated federal agencies/corporations, foreign entities and back into corrupt politician pockets to keep the scam alive. By 2008 the deep state cabal had finalized their bankruptcy. They couldn't even pay interest to Chinese elders on gold borrowed to set up the U.S. incorporated financial system. As a result of the fiat dollar causing disasters in international trade, a BRICS alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, formed. The BRICS nations declared that they weren't going to put up with the corrupt fiat US dollar system anymore. BRICS took control and began to evaluate the worth of each nation's gold and natural resources, the beginning of a global currency reset, the largest transfer of wealth in world history. Saturday 18th of October, 2025, breaking overnight intel drop, code red, Supreme Court shutdown, $4,300 gold, Trump freezes Ukraine arms, National Guard stands by, no Kings uprising spreads, Julian Assange on Telegram. Trump dismantles globalist weapons deals. The Supreme Court goes dark. Gold erupts to $4,300. Protests flood the streets. The system is cracking. America First isn't a slogan anymore, it's the battlefield. The government bleeds out. The federal shutdown is total. It's not dysfunction, it's exposure. Small black square emoji. The National Nuclear Security Administration has furloughed 80% of staff, leaving nuclear safety crippled. Small black square emoji. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers froze $11 billion in funding, infrastructure halted. Small black square emoji. The Department of Education axed 460-plus staff, programs collapsing while elites collect pensions. This isn't mismanagement. It's deliberate implosion. Trump's hammer drops no more missiles for Zelensky. No blank checks for war profiteers. The Ukraine pipeline is frozen. Trump cuts the deep state's favorite lifeline, ending its foreign cash flow. Talks of a Trump-Putin summit triggered panic across intelligence networks. When men lead without handlers, empires fall. Supreme Court, system failure, operational funding gone. Clerks furloughed. Access denied. The highest court just shut down. When the judiciary collapses, only one branch stands, the executive. And Trump holds that command. The Guard awaits orders. Trump has quietly activated the National Guard in multiple states. The media screams overreach. Reality calls it preemptive control. Order must exist, even when government fails. The gold signal. Gold blasting past $4,300 isn't finance, it's flight. Tangible value returns. Exactly as Trump forecasted. The people are escaping the paper matrix. The No Kings operation overnight. Protests erupted in 2,700 cities. The slogan, No Kings. The target, Trump. The sponsor, Soros. But this is no uprising, it's orchestration. Same networks. Same money. Same fear. They're not revolting for freedom. They're panicking over lost control. The Obama shadow. Biden's ghost administration continues, but control belongs to Obama's operatives. A coup already happened, Trump's reversal is the counterstrike. The 5 pillars fall, black check mark emoji, judiciary crippled, black check mark emoji, legislature paralyzed, black check mark emoji, economy and gold flight, black check mark emoji, civil unrest unleashed, black check mark emoji, executive ascendant. This isn't collapse, it's cleansing. Trump's storm is precision. The deep state's pillars are cracking under truth's weight. The final strike. Power is shifting. The swamp screams. The patriots rise. The reckoning isn't coming, it's here. 18th of October, 2025, Republican Senator reveals No Kings rallies sponsored by Communist Party USA. Sunday 19th of October, 2025, Democrats just voted for the 10th time to keep the government shut down. All for free healthcare for illegal aliens. President Trump is ensuring our troops get paid. The contrast couldn't be clearer. President Trump, the shutdown continues. The Republican Party is not going to pay $1.5 trillion to illegal immigrants coming into our country. Saturday 18th of October, 2025, Regal decay exposed. Prince Andrew stripped of titles after new Epstein leaks. The final exile of Duke of York. Sunday 19th of October, 2025, Netanyahu is a war criminal. He knew the October 7th and wanted it to happen to exploit and commit a genocide. Candace Owen. Saturday 18th of October, 2025, happening now. President Trump nuked Colombia. President Petro, Colombia's drug regime exposed. Payments terminated immediately, no more payments. Saturday 18th of October, 2025, the Communist Party USA was an official sponsor of the No Kings Day protest October 18th, they're on the flyer. Indivisible is also sponsoring it, that's funded by George Soros. The last No Kings Day protest, James O'Keefe exposed Communist People's Republic paying people to protest and collecting names to recruit for protesting. The last No Kings Day protest was also funded by Indivisible, paid for by George Soros. Notice a pattern here. Saturday 18th of October, 2025, Trump makes late-night decision, Democrats are blindsided. Saturday 18th of October, 2025, Gavin Newsom gave his close family friends $500,000 from the Pacific Palisades Fire Aid relief money. Spencer Pratt. Let's talk about the John Paul Getty Trust. The Getty Trust received $500,000 from Fire Aid money for its LA Arts Community Fire Relief Fund under the category Musicians and Artists. I'm not sure why the Getty Trust needed any fire aid money since their most recent IRS form declared a revenue of over $370 billion in 2023 and assets totaling $12.3 billion. The trust president and CEO, one person, received a salary of $3.7 million. So what exactly did the Getty Trust need $500,000 of fire aid money for? Well, I guess it's just a little petty cash to exchange amongst friends because, as you may recall, the Newsoms and the Getty families have been socially intertwined for generations. Getty family members donated over $500,000 to Newsom's campaigns from his 1990s San Francisco supervisor run through his 2018 gubernatorial victory, for example, bundled contributions via family trusts. This does not include the public J. Paul Getty Trust. The Getty family's support has extended to Newsom's political rise, with shared social circles including figures like Nancy Pelosi and Jerry Brown. Gordon Getty invested in all 11 of Newsom's early ventures, holding lead stakes. A Getty family trust paid Newsom directly for investment consulting in the early 1990s. Gordon and Ann Getty provided undocumented gifts and low-interest loans for Newsom's home purchases, including real estate in San Francisco. Gavin Newsom paying his lifelong friends with fire aid money. Saturday 18th of October, 2025, breaking news, Steve Bannon warns, civil war is coming, America has crossed the point of no return. Friday 17th of October, Pritzker and Johnson, did you approve stealing money from the taxpayer to give to the NGOs who are not serving the people as intended? Chicago caught laundering $1 billion through NGOs. Funds that were normally set aside for seniors, people with disabilities, and single mothers is now being funneled to illegals and LGBTQ programs that serve political agendas, not necessary needs. Belanfon X, Pritzker and Johnson, did you approve stealing money from the taxpayer to give to the NGOs who are not serving the people as intended? Chicago caught laundering $1 billion through NGOs. Funds that were normally set aside for seniors, people with disabilities. Saturday 18th of October, 2025, breaking overnight intel drop, the Republic under direct attack, No Kings protests erupt nationwide, SCOTUS emergency powers, federal government in meltdown, economic sabotage widespread, intel drop. Sunday 19th of October, 2025, Redline mission, Supreme Court chaos, all hell breaks loose over voting power shift, Ketanji Jackson explodes, race politics implode, and the Republic awakens. Sunday 19th of October, 2025, Ted Cruz bombshell, George Soros is writing the checks financing some of the groups behind No Kings, as well as previous political violence in our cities. It's the entire system that has to go, death to America. Many are now pointing to calls that have been made by Muslims to take down America, saying their people are willing to fight and give their lives to bring America down. 40,000 Muslims packed the streets in Dearborn, Michigan for a religious Aberdeen march, raising red flags on the increasing Islamic influence in America. Sunday 19th of October, 2025, there is the Islamic takeover of America. You can take a map of Los Angeles, California and Texas to view all the Muslim mosques and Islam centers. Islam commands taking over governments and implementing Sharia law. We must stop allowing this to spread in America. Aldamu_Joad Erlandara. El Zoran Mamdani is a Trojan horse for Obama and the Islamic takeover of America. Great GPS tracking information, Zoran Mamdani, appears to have been at Barack Obama's place in Washington, D.C. twice in just 6 weeks. Who else was there? Leaders of the Muslim Brotherhood. And if you don't know who they are, you might want to study up on their history. They've been outlawed in Egypt, Syria, Russia, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Jordan, and, Austria under their anti-terrorism laws. So yeah, just those guys and what appears to be a couple of Iranian operatives, both who are linked to Majid Farahani because they met with him in Venezuela last summer. So sure, this is going to go great for New York City about the way it's gone for the US since Obama was president, but on steroids. Zoran Mamdani now has a 90% chance of winning New York mayor election. Charlie Kirk said the left would use Islam to bring down America. This is exactly what they are doing. Tim Ballard speaks from a Syria safe house, bullets flying, truth about testimony in the church. Tim Ballard speaks from Syria safe house, bullets flying, truth about testimony in the church. Tim Ballard Foundation, anti-trafficking rescuing organization. In this exclusive Last Dispensation interview, Tim Ballard speaks directly from a Syria safe house during his humanitarian mission to rescue Christian and Druze children from ISIS butchers. Tim Ballard speaks from Syria safe house, bullets flying, truth about testimony in the church. Broadcasting at 2 a.m. with bullets flying in the background, Tim delivers his most important message yet, addressing the Julie Green podcast controversy and clarifying his unwavering testimony of Jesus Christ and the restored gospel. What you'll learn: Tim Ballard sets the record straight about his testimony and relationship with the LDS Church, revealing shocking details about the coordinated attack against him that began September 15, 2023. This powerful interview exposes how a controversial church statement from Doug Anderson, LDS Church PR director, has been weaponized by traffickers and terrorists, threatening rescue missions across the globe from Syria to Argentina. Connect with Tim Ballard, Linktree, Tim's link, Instagram, Tim Ballard 89 Hidden War documentary, November 14 theatrical release. Over $62,000 in cash, digital evidence, and business records were seized in the crackdown. Saturday 19th of October, 2025. Code Black, National Guard blocked, Chicago trafficking network exposed, military standoff underway. President Trump's latest order to deploy National Guard forces into Chicago has ignited the most direct confrontation yet between the restored republic and the deep state judiciary. The mission to dismantle long-standing trafficking tunnels and cartel-protected infrastructure was halted by a last-minute judicial block from within the Supreme Court and Illinois courts. The battle behind the bench on October 17, Justice Amy Coney Barrett refused to immediately lift the restraining order on Trump's deployment, delaying federal troops for 72 hours. That window perfectly aligned with Army intelligence intercepts showing scheduled asset extractions and data purges across Cook County's underground networks. These were not coincidences, they were synchronized evacuations of personnel, files, and trafficked individuals. The Illinois judge behind the block, April Perry, is directly tied to NGO networks previously connected to international relief organizations now under investigation for laundering operations and human transport programs disguised as refugee processing. Chicago remains one of the largest trafficking nodes in North America, the one place they cannot afford to lose. The true purpose of troop deployment. Trump's National Guard mobilization was not about riot control. It was a counter-operation under federal military authority to protect ICE and federal task forces that had been repeatedly targeted by cartel militias and foreign-funded domestic agitators. For months, Antifa cells across Illinois have been receiving encrypted payments from European and Ukrainian crypto wallets routed through aid initiatives. They are no longer activists, they are paramilitary proxies. The court's refusal to acknowledge a rebellion is strategic. The moment that word is recognized legally, Trump's full military powers become active. The network inside Chicago. Since 2022, intelligence units have identified multiple subterranean hubs under the South Loop and Bronzeville areas. These illegal data centers were used to erase financial trails, alter voter databases, and reroute surveillance feeds. The National Guard's mission included seizing these underground command nodes before they could be evacuated. Once Barrett delayed the order, satellite tracking confirmed mass movement through the corridor connecting Chicago, Buffalo, and Toronto. It is an old Cold War route reactivated during the Obama era under DHS emergency powers. Middle. Judges, banks and escape corridors. Two appellate judges who upheld the block, including Ilana Rovner, have long-standing financial links to Chicago law firms that managed sealed CPS records and NGO shell accounts. Forensic tracing has connected these firms to the World Bank's Migration Advisory Group, now under scrutiny for financing mobility corridors across the U.S. for unvetted foreign nationals. Middle. Military intelligence confirms that encrypted communications between certain judicial offices and these same groups have been detected through QVS, quantum verification systems, monitoring, the classified network routing recently reactivated by Trump's command authority. Middle. Insiders gone dark. On October 16, 3 Illinois State Police agents assisting federal units vanished while tracking unlisted cargo moving through Chicago rail yards toward the Canadian border. Their last transmissions referenced sealed containers with biometric tags, believed to contain human cargo. Middle. The countdown to Monday. The Supreme Court has until Monday to respond to Trump's filing. If the block stands, sources confirm the military will invoke emergency continuity protocols, bypassing civilian interference under national security directives. Middle. Trump has the evidence. The military has the map. The countdown is active. Saturday 18th of October, 2025 at 12:01 a.m. on Wednesday, October 1st, the Democrats triggered a government shutdown to block Trump's final move. Their goal, restart the flow of laundered taxpayer money into their own pockets, funds Trump had already cut off, Mr. Poole. Middle. But the shutdown backfired. It wasn't America that went dark, it was the private corporation U.S. Incorporated collapsing with its worthless fiat dollar. This opened the path for Trump's declaration of sovereignty under common law. Middle. That same day, Trump and the BRICS alliance flipped the global switch, activating the quantum financial system. The QFS, fully gold asset-backed, began processing secure SHI transactions for Tier 3 humanitarian programs, military veterans, and verified patriots. Middle. Meanwhile, the emergency broadcast system was fully wired and ready. Both networks were synchronized, prepared for instant global activation. The shutdown was no accident. It was a forced reset. Middle. Behind the scenes, Trump's global military alliance executed coordinated operations to dismantle centuries-old power structures. Specialized aircraft swept major cities for unregistered CIA frequency networks tied to mass surveillance and mind control. Middle. Their targets. The same elite satanic networks preparing for Halloween, the high ritual days of October 30th to 31st, known among them as Satan's birthday. Intelligence reports indicated organized covens, offerings for power and wealth. Middle. This is not just Venezuela. It's one note of a worldwide cleanup. Trump's command is erasing the elite's southern network, the same system that funneled money, data, and bodies through fake humanitarian corridors for decades. NATO's grip is broken. Offshore accounts are compromised. Their underground empire is bleeding out. Middle. Recent attempts to disable QFS satellites tracking elite data flows failed. A retaliatory strike leveled the enemy's Venezuelan uplink base. Intelligence recovered from that site links directly to ex-CIA contractors, European royals, and Silicon Valley executives. Middle. What they were building wasn't just trafficking infrastructure, it was behavioral control software, using chemical exposure and AI-driven emotional triggers. Middle. Trump's legal move labeling cartels as terrorists gave the military global authority to act. Every vessel taken, every training op executed as live combat is now lawful under internal defense. Middle. No press. No headlines. Just silent victories. The Caribbean is locked. Venezuela is collapsing. And the world's last elite trafficking route is being erased from the map. October 13, 2025. The storm has made landfall. Sunday 19th of October. 2025 alert, Operation Pelosi cover-up, January 6th sabotage exposed, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Middle. The chief of Capitol Police has confirmed it, Nancy Pelosi personally blocked the National Guard for over 70 minutes as America burned. The so-called insurrection was never spontaneous. It was engineered. Middle. The denial order Stephen Sun, chief of Capitol Police, begged for backup for days before January 6th. Every request hit the same wall, Pelosi's office and her sergeant-at-arms, Paul Irving. Their reason? Bad optics. Middle dot at 9:24 a.m. on January 3rd, Sund issued his first warning. By 2:08 p.m. on January 6th, the authorization finally came, after the chaos was unleashed. 74 minutes of silence. 74 minutes of delay. 74 minutes of deliberate sabotage. Middle dot the chain of denial. Paul Irving, Michael Stenger, Nancy Pelosi. Each one blocked, stalled, or ignored the call for help. Over a dozen denials between January 3rd and January 6th are now documented. This wasn't miscommunication. It was control. A chokehold on the chain of command. Middle dot we don't like the optics. Those 5 words sealed the Capitol's fate. Pelosi's team chose politics over protection. They knew what was coming. They had the intel. They let it happen because the chaos was part of the plan. The timeline they tried to bury. January 3rd, 9:24 a.m., request number 1 denied. January 3rd, 11:53 a.m., Senate agrees denied. January 6th, 12:58 p.m., runner-up to Pelosi denied. January 6th, 1:28 p.m., waiting for Pelosi denied. January 6th, 1:45 p.m., coming soon still denied. January 6th, 2:08 p.m., finally approved, after the breach. Middle dot the truth they feared. Trump approved the guard days in advance. Pelosi's office refused to deploy them. The media blamed Trump while she pulled the plug and built the narrative she needed, a staged insurrection to justify a permanent security state. Middle dot the whistleblower's son documented every denial, every order, every name. He wasn't unprepared, he was blocked. The Capitol Police were left defenseless by design. Middle dot the verdict. The guard was requested. The guard was ready. The guard was blocked. This was not failure. It was premeditated obstruction at the highest level. Pelosi let it happen. Then she hid behind the chaos she created. Middle dot Nancy Pelosi knew. Nancy Pelosi stalled. Nancy Pelosi denied. January 6th was not a riot, it was a trap. And history will remember her not as a defender of democracy, but as the architect of betrayal. ZB. Saturday 18th of October. 2025 California pastor says voters must vote no on Gavin Newsom's Prop 50 redistricting. Mr. Poole. Middle dot there are 54 seats, right, 43 are Democrat and only 9 are Republican. What has that gotten us? Number 1 in homelessness, number 1 in poverty, number 1 in addiction, number 1 in income tax, number 1 in gas tax, number 1 in gas prices everywhere, number 1 in budget deficit, number 1 in retail theft, number 1 in illiteracy. Middle dot friends, it's time to start using our heads when we vote. Look at where voting with our hearts has gotten us. I want our beloved state to be number 1, but not like that. So do I vote to add more Democratic seats for no other reason than a response to what's happening in some other state? Nah. Look at what 80% Democratic representation has gotten us. I'm voting. Educate yourself, friends. ZC. Thursday, October 16, 2025. Caught on camera. Pelosi loses control after being confronted about January 6th cover-up. Middle dot Nancy Pelosi just cracked. On October 15, 2025, outside the Capitol, reporter Allison Steinberg from Lindell TV asked a single forbidden question: why did you refuse the National Guard on January 6th? Pelosi's reaction was instant: rage, denial, and panic. She screamed "shut up," while pointing in Steinberg's face, calling her a mouthpiece for Republican lies. But what broke her composure wasn't the question itself, it was the truth behind it finally surfacing. Middle dot for years, Pelosi has buried footage showing her admitting full responsibility for the Capitol breach. In June 2024, video from January 6 emerged with Pelosi's own words: "I take responsibility." That moment, caught on camera, obliterates the narrative built to frame Trump. The facts are now undeniable. Trump authorized the National Guard days before the rally. Pelosi and D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser refused. Capitol Police Chief Steve Sund confirmed he begged for reinforcements but was denied multiple times. The Pentagon, under Mark Milley, delayed deployment until the damage was done, exactly as planned. Middle dot this wasn't chaos. It was choreography. The same agencies that claimed to be caught off guard had prior intel from the FBI, DHS, and military command weeks before. The so-called insurrection was a staged event designed to brand patriots as domestic terrorists, justify new surveillance powers, and crush the MAGA movement before Trump's return. Middle. Pelosi's committee destroyed evidence, deleted interviews, and withheld communications. Yet fragments of truth keep leaking: Trump's authorization orders, intelligence warnings, and suppressed testimony now paint one picture: this was an inside job. Even Senate reports now quietly admit Pelosi's oversight failures were catastrophic, surpassing anything attributed to Trump. Middle. When Steinberg confronted her, Pelosi didn't see a reporter, she saw exposure. Her anger was the sound of a crumbling empire. And as Trump reclaims power in 2025, the cover-up is unraveling in real time. The world now sees what January 6 truly was: not an uprising of citizens, but an operation of deception. Middle. The real insurrection wasn't led by the crowd outside the Capitol. It was led by the woman who locked the gates and lit the fuse. ZD. Thursday, October 16, 2025, Operation Black Vault active, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Middle. While the world argues over politics, a secret ledger transfer was executed last night, moving trillions from hidden shell accounts into a military-secured QFS node. The move was silent but complete, and IT left digital footprints that could not be erased. Middle. Cyber forces have revealed a network of deepfake operators linked directly to media executives and campaign managers. These AI layers were used to substitute live messages with scripted responses during key broadcasts. The raw feeds have been recovered and are now part of a sealed case file. Middle. A new batch of digital ID tokens was minted and flagged as trusted access 3 hours before the transfer. These tokens automatically grant or revoke financial permissions when matched to a biometric wallet. A small group of accounts were upgraded to immediate disbursement status without public notice. Middle. Space Force relays picked up encrypted channels routed through private satellites over major financial hubs. Those channels carried authorization keys and arrest manifests. They were broadcast to local military units. WHO moved on targets before a single newspaper could print. Middle. Emergency broadcast tests have been reappropriated as timing pings. 3 short alerts followed by a long tone as the signal for local units to execute containment protocols. Those pings are now being monitored globally and matched to warrants on the new ledger. Middle. The true purpose of the shutdown is clear now: it was cover for a systemic reclaiming of assets, evidence and infrastructure. The cabal's hidden money chains were cut at the root and the keys were placed into a new, publicly auditable framework. Middle. What you will see next is not a theory, it is the public unsealing of networks and names that have been protected for decades. Z. Sunday, 19th of October, 2025. JAG hangs another traitor, Patriot Survival Network. Middle. The storm at Gitmo has not slowed. On October 15, the U.S. Navy Judge Advocate General's Court carried out another high-level execution. Former Secretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy, found guilty of treason against the Republic. Middle. McCarthy's downfall began when JAG investigators uncovered his coordination with Nancy Pelosi to block National Guard units from intercepting Antifa operatives and deep state agents during the chaos of January 6. Middle. He was arrested in early September by Army CID and flown under guard to Guantanamo Bay, where his tribunal descended into chaos. Middle. Rear Admiral Jonathan Stevens presided. McCarthy's rage and outbursts forced the admiral to dismiss the jury and rule directly from the bench, a rare and final measure. The verdict: guilty of treason, sabotage, and conspiracy. Sentence: death by hanging. Middle. At dawn, McCarthy was driven by Humvee to the execution yard. Witnesses described him still cursing Trump and screaming that the deep state will rise again. The guards bound his hands, forced him to the gallows, and placed the noose around his neck. Middle. Admiral Stevens, standing beside military brass, read the final orders. By authority of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Articles 81 and 94, the sentence of death shall now be carried out. Middle. McCarthy's final words were venomous: "Fuck you and fuck Donald Trump." The admiral replied coldly, "That's 6. You lack originality." Seconds later, the trapdoor fell. The rope snapped tight. Silence replaced the noise. Middle. Another deep state name erased from the books. Another step toward justice. The tribunals continue. The gallows remain ready. And every whisper from Gitmo says this was only the beginning.
So it's very interesting to see all of the protests across the country. I just wanted to see how far this would go. So far, no violence. It's moving into the night. It's usually back when we had the George Floyd riots. It would start during the nighttime. So we remains to be seen what happens tonight. It's already, I think, probably, well, it's nighttime. It's almost 9 o'clock on the East Coast. It's 5:55 where I'm at right now on the West Coast. So when I say moronic Americans by the millions protest across multiple U.S. cities, will these cities see violence? Because we've talked about how American cities will, the Democrats basically will withdraw from pretty much the rest of society and move into the big cities. Which cities remains to be seen, but perhaps today we got a little taste of which cities, all right? Now, when I first saw this, I was like, gosh, Americans really don't like President Trump on a massive level. But it is, I don't think it's so much that. I think it's just they're extremely stupid or lacking in good judgment, and that's what a moron is. So I know some people will find offense with that, and it doesn't mean that everything in their lives are moronic or they're moronic about everything. It means they're moronic about this subject, right? They haven't done critical thinking. Maybe they're with groups that are just so anti-Trump, so Trump derangement syndrome that they can't see other things that are going on there around them that would lead them to understand that President Trump is actually good for America on many different levels and has been. So in that regard, I call them moronic, right? Because it's very obvious if you do any amount of critical thinking that President Trump has done an amazing job and is an amazing president, probably the best, I think, the best president we've ever seen, right? So when I see these people out there, I see a lot of nice people. I see a lot of nice people, right? Just because they're moronic on one thing doesn't mean they're bad in other aspects. It is what it is. Am I stupid about something? Sure, right? I don't know everything. Who does? But I think this is one of those that is critical that you have some understanding, right? What goes on in your government and what goes on around you. Like in some of these cities, I'm going to show you San Diego. I spent a lot of time in San Diego as a Navy SEAL. Love that city. Spent most of my time in Coronado where the Navy SEAL teams are. I think that's one of the jewels of the world, right? And I've been back there more recently, I'd say, I don't know, year and a half, 2 years ago, maybe somewhere around that time frame. And we stayed at the Hotel del Coronado. I remember running by the Hotel del Coronado when I was in Bud's training, and then eventually as a Navy SEAL. I couldn't afford to stay there, you know. But eventually, when I started working for the CIA, I got paid very well, so I was able to take my family there, and we spent some time there. It's very beautiful hotel. The island, I lived on the island for, I'd say, probably a good 12 years of my life. Magnificent, right? The people of San Diego, for the most part, from my memories, were fantastic. It's been a while, right? But I've been back there since, like 2 years ago. Stayed at the Hotel Del again, and it's a magical place, right? San Diego, all of California is magical to a great extent, right? They have let it go on a lot of different levels that I've talked about when I was on the Pacific Crest Trail. Instead of caring for the environment and managing the environment, they have this stupid, and here's another part of the stupid liberal side of thinking. They think that if they just leave things alone, that it will all work out. Leave the homeless there. Prostitution, no problem. Ma'am Downey is going to allow prostitution in New York. He's going to make it legal, right? So the victims of prostitution, the women that are basically, brought in by gangs and so forth and controlled by gangs, That's not going to be good for them. So this liberal mindset, I've said it so many times, Democrats got to go, guys, right? The Democrat thinking, not all Democrats, of course, have to go, but I think many of them are just NPCs, right? Non-player characters, right? And we can laugh about that, but it's like their soul is not activated. They're just wandering through life, you know, without really experiencing and doing stupid. No critical thinking, no real emotional activity, or when they do have emotions, it's like a child's emotions. So there's a lot of moronic Americans, right? And it's not just America. I've seen it all over the world. So now, looking at all, so when I was in San Diego, let me continue that. When I was in San Diego, now when I first came to San Diego as a young, I was a hardhead diver, and San Diego downtown was a shithole. All right, absolute shithole. Now, when I became a SEAL during that time frame, they started to turn the downtown city around. They opened a mall down there. They cleaned it up. They got rid of the homeless and so forth. It was very, very beautiful city for a long time. Now, I didn't go downtown, but I have heard from a lot of people that downtown is drug infested. It's worse than ever. Like if I would have had seen that when I was a young man before I was 21, you know, going downtown San Diego, I would have been shocked and probably hadn't want to go back down there. And I rarely went down there because it was so bad. It's worse now. It's worse now. Right. So you have a downtown, and I remember we were driving when we went to Coronado. We rented a car and going from the airport back and forth. We're on the highway, and there's highway overpasses for, you know, roads and so forth. They had tents on the side of the overpasses, but, you know, cars could still go through. Unbelievable. It was that, and that was 2 years ago. And the homeless crisis is worse. New York is crazy. San Francisco is crazy. Yet all these people are protesting against President Trump that's trying to clean up these cities instead of getting involved in cleaning up those cities. So this mindless, just let things happen, while in the most beautiful state in America, they're allowing the forest to burn. When I walked through, God, it's been like 10 years ago now, on Pacific Crest Trail, 8 to 10 years ago, it was large stretches completely burned. There's no reason for that. All you have to do is manage the environment. And you can manage it and make a profit off of that. You can pull out trees that shouldn't be there and make a profit off that. And then the trees that grow, eventually they could be harvested as well. And I saw this in tree farms where they showed, look, this, and they were in California, part of Pacific Crest Trail went through them, and they had all these signs, just like, because they were like showing you remember all the forests you went through? They're like burned to a crisp. Here's a managed forest. This is private land. This is the way all of California should look. And it was exquisite. The trees were huge and vibrant. You could feel the energy because you were in the forest for months like I was. You get a feel for the forest, right? For the energy. It was amazing, right? So this is the way it could be all over the world, of course, but also maybe most importantly, because we could set the example in America, we could bring back the forest the way they were before they came through and cut everything down. It's a disgrace, right? Fortunately, we have the giant redwoods that still exist in certain areas, but for the most part, America was like, the American Indian said that from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mississippi River, a squirrel could run on the treetops and never touch the ground, and run from the Atlantic all the way to the Mississippi because the trees were so vibrant and so incredible, right? So that's very sad, knowing that and seeing the way the forest used to be. There are pictures of it. There's talk of it, American Indian lore and so forth. It was magnificent. But, you know, moronic people were allowed to cut them down and destroy America. You know, it's one of its greatest treasures, which is the forest and the rivers and so forth, right? So that's where California is. You have moronic people that obviously are in positions of power. They influence moronic people that keep them in power, and that's got to change, right? It's got to change, guys, right? I don't know how it changes. Hope it's not violently, but it's got to change. So I'm going to show you guys some of this ridiculousness. I'm going to show you the homeless stuff. I'm not going to show you pictures of the homeless. So I'm going to talk. A former Coronado mayor is going to talk about the homeless crisis in San Diego, where all these idiots, morons, were protesting against Trump because he's trying to clean everything up. It's unbelievable. And then we're going to show you all. I'll show you all around the world. We'll start all around the country, and then I'll go to specific cities, and at some point San Diego, and I'll show you this mayor, former Coronado mayor, that has a great idea how to overcome why it's like that and how to overcome it. And then I'll show you Memphis, because I showed you Memphis on another video that I did earlier in the week, where they were invited by the mayor, by the governor, for the National Guard to come in and help them clean up the crime that's really rampant there in Memphis. And you have a black man and other blacks that are saying that this is fantastic. They had a bad opinion of Trump, and now they're seeing, and they can't deny it, that Memphis is a better place. So will the people of San Diego get to experience that, or are they going to fight and have their city destroyed? San Diego is one of the most beautiful cities. Like this, Coronado, definitely one of the most beautiful cities in the world. San Diego was a beautiful city. Like I said, I haven't been downtown San Diego. I don't want to go down there because I know it's gonna because I remember it as being beautiful, Gaslight Quarter and all that stuff. So this is the problem in America. The NPCs, the morons that don't think, right? No critical thinking, emotional children, right? There is emotional quotient just like there is an intelligence quotient. And if you're low in emotional quotient, you blow up and do stupid, right? So we have all these people. I don't know how they got triggered to be stupid, morons, but they're triggered, right? So there's more of us, fortunately, than them, right? And some of them, again, they're like morons. They're like children in certain areas, right? And for people that are rational, critical thinkers, and high intelligence quotient, high emotional quotient, very spiritual, we try to help them. But all this demonstration today is proof that all the things we've been trying to do to awaken them is not working, right? So we have to carry on. We have to carry on. And I don't know what that looks like, but we can't let these radical idiots, morons continue, guys. It has to get cleaned up. There has to be, at some point, a crackdown on stupid, right? You know, life is tough. It's tougher if you're stupid, right? So I think that's a Patton quote, but I don't know if that was really him. But it always saw it with Patton, you know, life is tough. It's tougher if you're stupid, right? Now, I don't think these people have a tough life. I think they get taken care of by those of us that pay taxes and, you know, keep everything running. But they're making it tough. They're making it tough. And I think it's going to get tougher. All right. Soros funded. Yes, Gene, that's already been proven. So you have radical funding, and that's part of the destruction of America, right? So we can't let these morons, you know, cause the destruction of America. They're going to have to be put in their place, right? And we can't believe that they're going to be awakened, right? And I don't know what that looks like. I don't think most of them are going to fight. Most of them are just too dumb, right? They're peaceful in a lot of other areas, but they're morons when it comes to the critical thinking aspect. And I've been friends with people that I was like, they were incredible people. And then they went full Trump derangement syndrome, spiritual. You spent a lot of time with them. And then when Trump came in, they just went full Trump derangement syndrome and had to pull away from him. I'm like, God, what is happening to those people now? Because you see me, I'm peaceful. Most of us that talk about this, we're all peaceful. I know all of you, most of you are all peaceful. But you have these people that are just morons. Absolute morons. It's like, how the heck? Well, we know how it happened. The educational system, political morons, you know, a coordinated effort to keep them morons in certain areas so that they could be used like they are right now. Brainwashed, yeah. Staggering numbers. I was like, I don't, will people show up for this? They did in massive numbers, right? When I first saw it, I was like, oh, it's so friggin' sad, right? What happened to America? But, you know, when you look at the bigger picture, it is not that many, really, because most of America is awake, guys. We're awake. I was sent here to do this, right? So, you know, I have really good contact with Creator Source, and it's guiding me quite a bit. It guides me to do these shows. So when you see these shows, I use a lot of my intuition to go into areas that I feel are important to help awaken more people and to calm people. Because a lot of people say that, you know, these shows help keep them focused and calm during these troubling times. So let's go into this. I don't want you to be troubled by it. It is what it is, right? Now, I've been in combat for, at one point in my life, you know, like 8-10 years ago, it was over half my life was in combat zones. So not as much now. And I'm kind of happy about that. So I don't know. It's I haven't even done the numbers, but at one time it was half and it's less now. Right. So, but I got a lot of experience from that. I got to see, you know, a portion of humanity that is extremely radicalized and affects a great portion of the rest of the population. Right. And in a negative way. So what we're seeing right now, we're seeing a small portion, the deep state Nazi system that has influenced these people negatively, and it's just a small group of these people that have done this, right? And it is what it is. Those people, will they be able to be turned around? Sometimes you have to go through trauma, as I can tell you. The trauma that I went through, my training, helped me become a better man, better leader. So trauma situations, I've done fasting, you know, extreme fasting, vision quest, and all kind of crazy stuff. So You know, I put myself through, and a lot of you have experienced, you know, some extreme hardships, and that, you know, helps you to become wiser, more spiritual, more of a critical thinker, more intuitive, all these different things that are very, very important going forward. But there's a vast group of the population, evidently, that has not had that. Now, some have. Like I said, I was, before Trump came in, I was friends with a lot of people that were like, it was like, we're like brothers and sisters, right? Absolutely. And then they got the Trump derangement syndrome. And it's like, how could they get so crazy? And it was the environment that they were educated in. They were educated in, or spent a lot of time in the educational system. The people that, you know, that I saw that were extremely affected, right? So the educational system is there to influence people to go radical. Now, my daughter only spent 1 year in it. She spent a long period of time doing online courses. And then she, for the last portion, I think 1 or 2 semesters, something like that, to get her associate's degree. That time that she spent in California, I think it was LA area. I can't remember exactly which one, but I could see it changed her, right? Not for the better, right? Now she is she's extremely smart. And I think that probably helped her a lot, but she started having some opinions about things that were like, oh my God. So, and that's the way that system is. And I think she's kind of broken free from that thinking over time now. But maybe she is, right? But she's been in cars like Uber drivers that, you know, picked her up and they said, are you related to Michael Jaco? And she's like, oh, I'm his daughter. They're like, oh my God. So she gets exposure in certain things. She doesn't watch my shows, but occasionally she does, right? My son was extremely, he didn't go in the education system like me. And I did all my stuff, you know, through the military and online and so forth as well. But he was always trying to help liberals wake up. He was great at friends that he, you know, was with and so forth. So it was good. You know, I think that as we move forward, unfortunately, some of these liberals will get radicalized, right? Some of these NPCs will just go along and be radicals and so forth. Some of the morons will do moronic things, but that's to be expected. But they won't get very far, guys. I've been around these radical morons, you know, throughout the world, fighting them. Eventually, they go down, right? So that's. But usually, go down fighting. Right? The real radical idiots, morons. All right, so let's look at some of the silliness that's out there about this no kings. Again, I'm just so sad that America's like this. It's a bad look for the rest of the world that Americans are doing this, and they see it on this level. So I wonder what they think is going to happen, because they are depending on America to basically at some point save them. Right? America's going to save the world, but America first. We have to save ourselves from morons. All right. So here you go. Aerial views. You're going to see a lot of aerial views. They don't say which cities there are, which is kind of frustrating, but aerial views. No kings protest rock American cities. Millions revolt against Trump. Now, is some of this CGI? All right. I don't know. Right. I would hope so. I would hope there's really not this many people that are morons, right, about this subject, right? Not about everything. Like, I just want to be clear about that. But morons about this subject, right? And so we're just going to kind of walk through some of this. So you look at that, and is some of that CGI? Because we started catching that with Biden and Kamala from people going to their rallies and so forth. Remember the Trump 2020 and then 2023 or 2024 his rallies and events and so forth, they're just absolutely massive. There was no CGI needed, right? In fact, the press tried to suppress the information on that as much as they could. But here are we seeing potentially CGI? When I look at this, I get the feel that maybe we are, right? So just keep that in the back of your mind too. We can be hopeful, right? All right, I know this is Boston because I'm going to pull Boston up. So it does seem fairly legit. All of the areas that are, having these protests, and as stupid as it looks, silly posters and all their little sayings, it's a bunch of morons, and she looks like a very nice lady otherwise, but she's got to go. She's full on moron about this.
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
And the moronic chants, I hope the rest of the world and most of you look at this and go, yeah, those are morons. I'm not going to get all worked up about that, right? So that's what we're looking at for the most of it. Yes, and we aren't a democracy; we're a republic. Although they have tried to say we're a democracy and push us into a democracy, which is basically ruled by the numbers. So these people are ruling perhaps their cities, maybe their states by the numbers. Their democracy, the Democrats, wherever they rule, or democracy, if they've really gotten the vote, which I think a lot of times they don't. There's not that many people voting for them. Although in New York City, as we're going to see with Mamdani, most of New Yorkers are Democrats. So, and a lot of these cities, most of the people are Democrats. So you're probably going to see stupid continue, unfortunately.
The nation, No Kings protests are underway, including right here in San Diego. We have live crews from the North County to downtown this morning. We are also covering a major event in the North County. Cam Pendleton welcoming the Vice President and Defense Secretary as they mark 250 years of the Marine Corps. We're going to have.
So President Trump was at the 250th anniversary celebration for the Navy. And now we have probably what's going to be for 8 years, President Vance, Vice President Vance, of course, now, but he is a former Marine. And I saw his talk about this. There were tons of Marines there. Marines are amazing. I love the Marine Corps. And if I wasn't a SEAL, I would be a Marine. So the Marines are incredible. They're the best fighting force in the world, I believe. And he was there, very presidential looking. So he's warming everyone up for his eventual run, and I think very potentially 8 years of Vance in the future.
That part of our coverage in just a moment, but first, locally, there are at least 16 local No Kings protests spanning across.
So 16. Now, I don't know how big these were, and I don't know how many Republicans and independents and maybe some Democrats or former Democrats that are outside of this. Now, were there some Republicans in there? Probably. rhino types, right? So very, very conceivably rhinos within the group. So, and maybe they're like, over exaggerating their Republicans too, of course. So I don't think this is a big deal at this point. I'm watching for the violence. I'm not watching the NPCs and the morons, walk around and with their stupid signs and chanting their stupid slogans. It doesn't really matter to me. America is First Amendment first, right? And that's freedom of your views, freedom of your views. So now when the leftists were in office the last 4 years, there was no freedom of views. Now that the Republicans have come back, we again have freedom of views. So that's why I'm on YouTube. That's why I can do a show with Scott McKay like I did today on YouTube live, right? We have been restricted from YouTube for years, and that's because of the leftist morons. They took away our free speech. Now we're giving them their free speech back. They had free speech. They could, do this bullshit protest stuff all the time. So we protested. Of course, we had J6. We had a peaceful protest, and we ended up with J6. And FBI, 1,000 FBI agents coming in and like subverting it. Ukrainians coming in and subverting it. Capitol Police, obviously, part of the moron system, right? Subverting it. So we couldn't have protest. We didn't have free speech for 4 years, guys. And now we have it back again. And they still have it. They still have it, and they have it just as well, if not more, than when Biden was in there. But they're morons. They don't understand that, right?
County, from Borrego Springs to downtown. We have a live look right now from Sky Ranger 7 over the downtown rally, which is expected to be the largest of those rallies. Things got underway at 10 o'clock. They started with a few speakers talking to the crowd. You can see the crowd now. Those speakers have wrapped up their.
Now you can see there's a Native Nations banner right here. So I think this is kind of like a conglomeration of people with a bone to pick that are morons, pretty much, unfortunately. And I'm not saying the Native Nations are morons. I love Native Americans, and if you look at all of the smaller groups, like you have blacks and you have Hispanics, which are becoming even larger, the largest group at some point, I think, maybe. But American Indians, so minority groups in America, Native Americans are very Republican, and they're the ones that volunteer the most to fight for our country, right? Of course, they are very, part of this country and have been for eons. And unfortunately, we broke all of our promises, except for one, and that was that we're coming to take your land and destroy you. All right. So, I remember a buddy of mine that taught me a lot of stuff, taught me incredible American spirituality, and which is very, very connected to the Creator and the land and so forth. That took my spirituality to an unbelievable, way beyond what I ever expected it to go to. And he had a bumper sticker, and I've said this many times, but it's always good to bring it up. You can trust the American government. Ask any American Indian, right? So we have these useful idiots of the deep state that are, protesting. And our American government has basically brainwashed them. Now, the Trump administration, of course, is going after the educational system because it's corrupted, and he's taking it down. Now, the leftist have probably screamed their minds out, right? Their little tiny minds, because that's happening. And they see that as just another evil of the Trump administration. Whereas we are like, please fix that bullshit, right? So it is, pretty crazy. Now, this goes on. You can see, I want to get it to a point where you can actually see just how big this crowd is. Pretty substantial. I guess the last one they had was around 70,000. And they're guesstimating this one, as you can see here, is probably at least that much, maybe more, probably the biggest one, right? So more people showed up for this one than the last one.
We will be here. We've been here all morning. We will continue until this march concludes. But
all right. So that's enough of that nonsense. But here is a former mayor of Coronado, like I talked about. And let's listen to what he has to say about the homeless. So while these people are walking the streets of San Diego protesting, like I said, against President Trump that's trying to clean America up, make America great again, MAGA, right? It is probably all around them, they had homeless, probably in massive numbers. And I don't know, maybe they came in and cleaned the homeless out so they could do the protest. I don't know, guys, but it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad indeed. All right. San Diego, what has become of you?
The number of homeless people in the entire country was about 650,000. So how many would you guess were homeless as of 2023? 1 million, 2 million, 5 million? The answer was still about 650,000. So if the national number didn't change very much, why does it feel so much worse in cities like San Diego, Los Angeles, or New York? While most states saw declines or stability in homeless rates from 2014 through 2023, California and New York saw their numbers skyrocket, despite spending more money on homelessness than ever before. Here in San Diego, we saw a continued spike in 2024 with a modest decrease in homelessness in 2025, but we're still near historic highs. So the question remains, why is this problem getting so much worse in places spending the most to solve it? It turns out that the states with the biggest increase in the homeless rate over the past decade tend to have.
Now, the Trump administration has already found out that there's money laundering going on, and the money that was supposed to be spent on the homeless has gone into other people's pockets. So they're already disclosing that, already finding that out, and they're already making cases about it. So the morons are gonna find out, right? And will it affect them? Will they still protest when they find out that their cities are shitholes because the people that were in leadership positions, Democrats, were basically stealing that money and then giving it to other people within their circle so that they could also steal it and enrich themselves while the homeless crisis continues? Now, we make some other good points, and this is the way I think the homeless crisis is going to be resolved.
Policies in common. Number one, loose drug laws that allow for the open use of hard drugs such as heroin, fentanyl, and meth, which keep addicts trapped in addiction and allows dealers to prey on the addicted. Number two, weak property crime enforcement, which allows people to steal to fund their habit with little consequence. And number three, a philosophy that attempts to provide permanent housing at a very large expense to taxpayers without requiring treatment or any other steps towards positive life choices for homeless individuals. I'm Richard Bailey, former mayor of Coronado, and I'll be doing a video series that deep dives the homelessness issue here in San Diego, as well as policy changes to address it.
All right, so loose laws in California, in all the liberal states, like I talk about, they're just laissez-faire. Just, it'll fix itself. Just let it be what it is. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. That's their stupid, moronic attitude, right? So this is the problem in this system that they have been able to foist upon us, and eventually, over time, dumb down, moronicize large portions of the population. So we could possibly see more in the future. So a lot of you guys are saying very few protests here. That's good. The methadone and Suboxone is more addictive than the street drugs. Milo, that's true, because my son was on both of those. So he switched from one to the other, and then eventually we took him and did an Ibogaine treatment. Ibogaine should be legal throughout the United States. The reason why it's not is because they profit. The drug traffickers, the cartels, and the mayors and the political system and governors, they all profit on this drug addiction, guys. And so they keep it going. Now, my son went to do methadone in Mexico, in what was that luxurious place we went to? I can't think of it now. But it was a nice vacation for me, but it was tough getting him there, guys. He was on his last legs. So we got him over there. He got completely off. And that's impossible to do because he was at high doses of Suboxone. And it was, he would sneak other drugs in. It was crazy. So we got him over there. He was completely clean. He stayed clean for a long time, and then he went back down. He, like a lot of addicts, he got back on, got him clean again. He was clean for a long time. He was using LifeWave and doing really good. And then he slipped, and he told me one time that he made sure that he would take a little micro doses of fentanyl, because if fentanyl got into some of his drug, well, because he was clean for such a long time, when he fell off the wagon again, unfortunately, and I wasn't aware of it, he was using, and he got some fentanyl. And that's what President Trump is trying to do. He's trying to shut down the drug trafficking into America, which will collapse the Democrat Party, because they're very reliant on a lot of money laundering. And one of the major ones is drug trafficking. The other one is human trafficking, and especially human trafficking of children. So the 300,000 children that went missing in America during the Biden administration, I think they've only found 11,000 of them. And the conditions which they found them in were so horrible, they're not relaying the conditions they found them in. That's what I'm hearing in back channels, right? So that alone, the 300,000 missing children, that alone should be enough for the morons to wake up, you would think. But no, they're out there demonstrating in the city still. It's disgusting to me, right? So from that point on, they don't have any say with me. They can't argue anything with me. And then there's the drug trafficking, of course. I have horrific experience with that. So I want to see it go away. I want to see the human trafficking go away, first of all, and I want to see the drug trafficking go away, right? We can do it, but not with those morons in these big cities making decisions, right? So let's look at a little bit more, and then hear from some stupid people that are at these, so we get a kind of a feel for what we're up against, right? So with this knowledge, we can overcome and defeat. So this is a protest in Detroit. So Detroit is basically a destroyed city by the Democrats already. It looked like they might be making a comeback, but from some of your comments, those of you who are around or in Detroit still, I don't know, you're telling me that no, Detroit is not good at all. And which is sad. Detroit was the second most prosperous city at one time in America. So here's the one in Boston. Now in Boston, you have a mayor that's very corrupt, I believe, Chinese woman, and maybe just Chinese descent. I don't know. Now the Luciferian groups are, they basically made it one of their conventions in her honor, right? But that's not because she's a pro-Luciferian. It's because she won't let them, do their flags and say their scripts. So in that regard, maybe I can, or maybe you guys can convince me that you guys in Boston can tell me more information. I would like that, because we're not finding out online, because they're definitely, you have to be able to, have contacts at this point. That's why I like to have you guys in the chat, make your chats, the great conversations that happen in the chat. And then I go in and look at some of the comments afterwards to kind of get a feel, for what's going on out there. You guys are giving me some great insights, so thank you.
Have started to leave, especially right after Senator Elizabeth Warren and Senator Ed Markey spoke, and then even more after the reps took the stage and then stepped down. So certainly this is a massive event that's taking place here on Boston Common today. But as you mentioned, it's...
I mean, is that a very big representation of Boston? Did people come from other areas? They're not citizens of that are not citizens of Boston. So that's a possibility. So some of these people that we're seeing here maybe aren't Bostonians. They're maybe from some other areas. But I know there are people there because they're indirect family members, right? That are pretty leftist. Right. So I wouldn't say they have Trump derangement, but they're not fans, So did they show up? I don't know. But when I look at something like this, if it's a high representation of Boston, and I've already said this, already intuited that Boston would be one of the lost cities. So when you see big numbers like this could be where we're going to see cities that are going to be lost.
One piece of a very large effort across the country to make their voices heard and try and show their displeasure with its current federal administration. We've heard from so many people today. Come back tonight at 6 o'clock here on NBC 10 Boston. We'll have a recap of what we heard on the stage right behind me and what may come up within the next half hour or so. I've been told they're planning on being about 30 minutes behind schedule, so 3:30 or so for this thing to wrap up. For now, though, on the Boston Common, Matt Pritchard, NBC 10 Boston.
All right, Matt, thank you for that view from the crowd there. And that band that's playing, called the Sheila Divine, is the Run of Show's last planned performer. They're based on the event rundown, so we'll definitely be keeping tabs.
And also determination in their hearts that we have to stand together and keep speaking out when laws are broken, when people are put in harm's way. This is a community and a city.
All right, we have to stand out. This is the moron talk. We have to stand out when laws are broken. I want to bring this little moron up so she can speak and say her moron words. But when laws are broken, so illegal immigration, that's not a law broken. All right, moron. And all the other comments that these people make that influence people, NPCs, and people with hardly any soul that kind of float through life and just make things difficult for the rest of us that are awake and spiritual. So it's crazy.
For 400 years, we have done everything we can for freedom in this country and to set the course for generations to come to have.
So for freedom in this country. So again, I will reiterate the 4 years of the Biden administration where we did not have freedom. And they were trying to push that into every city. Unfortunately, we were able to stand up enough to stop it out. So freedom, they don't believe in freedom. They believe in moronic attitudes and thinking, right? So I don't think I'm being harsh at all. So we're going to see right now what happens when the Trump administration is invited in to clean up and in Memphis. So this is Memphis. So that was ICE agents going in and taking down. I clicked on it. I thought it would stop it, but it totally took it out. So this is ICE agents going in and arresting criminals. So as we're going to see, as this goes forward, young black man talks about, how he's seeing things in a different light now.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I think it's true time. I was against pretty much everything that was coming towards Memphis. I was against this National Guard, all these different police units, all this military, all this. I was against all this shit coming to the end, right?
So this is a Memphis resident that was against all of this stuff. He was against the National Guard, against police, but now he's changing his tune. And this is the way it's happening everywhere. Like in Washington, D.C., people are like, they're very, very appreciative of President Trump bringing in the National Guard, because they have had city streets that they can walk on again that they haven't been able to do that on for decades.
Especially when I was the one learning shit about Memphis and how the crime has been down 25%. Then it has like hella years and shit like Memphis.
So he's hearing, like a lot of these places, that crime is down 25%. Of course, he lives there. He didn't believe it, but that's the narrative that they were taking.
Doing good. We just had the most peaceful summer in a long little time. Just for these folks to still come with this shit.
So now that the National Guard is there, he's saying that we've had the nicest summer that we've had in many, many years.
I was against this shit, bro. And then I seen the numbers after the first week of rounding up niggas. I know it's a lot of Memphis folks talking about all the niggas gone now and they over here, the police pulling over all the good, hard-working people. Hey, if that was the case, sorry, but I can't wholeheartedly say they doing a bad thing now. Now that I just seen them numbers, bro, I'm gonna just be honest. And I'm a real Memphis nigga. I love my city. I love once again, nigga, that's where I'm at.
Now, I am obviously not a Memphis resident, but I've spent a lot of time in Memphis in training when I was in SEAL team, so forth. I've talked about this before. I love Memphis. It is a beautiful city, great food, great people. So I'm glad that Memphis is getting cleaned up and that it's appreciated, right?
Get on the motherfucking butt. I'm in the heart of this shit. I love this shit. But I would be lying if I ain't just read them numbers and say, damn, I'm in the heart of this shit. I love this shit. But I would be lying if I ain't just read them numbers and say, damn, that's a good thing for Memphis.
I hope black people wake all the way up. I genuinely hope black people wake all the way up and just come on over to the good side. It's peaceful over here. It's nicer over here. It's money over here. It's no crime over here. It's no regulation. It's better environments. They fixing y'all cities.
So all those people that were in all those cities where they were protesting, they're probably shitholes, right? And they could be fixed, but they're dumbed down. So like that gentleman was saying, hopefully the people wake up. Hopefully they wake up. I don't have hope for a lot of these cities, guys. And, I've remote viewed this from years now, that a lot of these cities are going to go down, right? So it is going to be what it is, unfortunately. Now, moving on, we're going to talk about, the economy. The economy is not doing good, and this is one way that they can potentially cause unrest, right? And this was, I believe, planned so that they could get it to this point where they can rug pull and cause a lot of problems if they didn't stay in power. They probably would have done this anyway, but if they had complete control of all of Americans, they could do whatever they want and no one's going to say anything about it. And they could definitely, which they have done before in communists, every time the communists come in, and that's getting turned around. But the planned obsolescence of a lot of businesses and cities and so forth is still moving in that direction. So let's look at Las Vegas. So Las Vegas, the casino business is always the canary in the coal mine when things are getting ready to really turn down, because people start to stop. They have discretionary income where they can spend and do whatever they want. People are living paycheck to paycheck, mouth to mouth, and so forth now, more than probably for the first time in a long time.
Stop busy enough for a weekend.
Man, I had to look at the date. This was 9 hours ago that Metal Leo did this. He goes into a lot of the cities on the West Coast, and he shows how the cities are basically ghost towns, homelessness, drug addicted all over the place, feces all over the place. Even here in Reno, close to where I'm at, he's been into Reno. And Reno, before I got here, I looked at his video. I was like, wow, Reno is like a ghost town, right? So when I was a casino manager, we would go to Reno for training for my security team, and that hotel casino complex that was down there before, Harrah's, is gone, absolutely completely gone, right? And it's just boarded up ghost town down there, and this is happening in more and more and more cities. Shops gone, homelessness everywhere, like in San Diego, where those people are demonstrating in a massive number. Clean your friggin' city up. Stop being morons and clean your city up. And there's someone that can help you. All you have to do is ask. So this is on a weekend, right? So things are collapsing very rapidly, guys. And it's collapsed for the West Coast for quite a long time. The entire West Coast, right? All the cities of the West Coast are really hurting right now. And so we need a massive transformation. It can happen very quickly, but you're going to have resistance from the morons. And they have caused this problem, and they're going to resist reversing it. It's insane, absolutely insane. Part of me just wants to let them F around and find out, and just pull back and let them just completely collapse and starve and just disappear themselves, right? But then there's another part of me that's like, I want to help even the morons, right? So as long as I can help, and that's, so yeah, if you're godly, I think that's what you're doing. That's what we're trying to do. We're doing the right thing. So we're seeing the problems. We're going to try and help them. We're going to try and fix them. But we have to be aware that they're going to continue with their stupid. Now, this is interesting right here. They're calling 24-hour music festivals, and these are anti-ICE protests. This was starting back in the 8th, so we're like 10 days. I don't know if they're still going on. I asked my daughter. She lives in that area. She lives in Southern California. So waiting to hear back from her. And she's big into music festivals and all kind of stuff. So we'll see. I'll see from her, get some insights from her. But I mean, look at all of these people. Still, we know LA's a problem. And I think I really, really, really think, and so have other people, Louis Herms. I talked about this with Louis Herms probably 3 years ago. We were talking about this, and I was telling him, because he's a good remote viewer too, really good. I taught him. So he's probably one of the best remote viewers. Maybe there's some of you out there even better. I don't know. You learn from me, and then you're doing your thing. So good job out there. So we are seeing, we saw back then the things that are happening now. And he said that he saw a wall being put up around LA. He said, yeah, LA is going to get so bad, they're going to just put a wall around it. And so the morons can, protest all they want, have their music festivals all they want, and see how long that lasts, right? So, but of course, he's running for governor of California. He would definitely fix it, guys. He's a long shot, obviously, but there's been long shots that have gotten in there before. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jesse Ventura, Donald Trump twice, long shots, they sometimes happen. Now, if you got a Louis Herms in there, he is majorly against child trafficking. He's done videos, documentaries on it and so forth. He's got a lot of people that are backing him now. So we may see, and I can't say who they are, but they're very high level people that are backing him. So it could be that he does get in office. And if he does, he will turn California around. California, you have one last chance before your country, your whole state is destroyed. You have one last chance. Not looking good. All right.
It is being hidden on this app, on all social media platforms by the mainstream media. It is actively being hidden. I don't even want to use the word I would normally use here. There have been large groups of people actively hanging out together and raising their voice for something they believe in. I have to be careful with my words even on this. They have been doing this for over 2 weeks, LA being the biggest one.
So these are anti-ICE protests, and they're couching them, hiding their protests, because I guess they were saying they were protesting against ICE, and then they were being targeted. So that's interesting. So now they're just saying music festivals. Of course, now I guess targeters know that they're doing music festivals. I'm not. I mean, if they're not doing violence, if they're not part of the problem, let them protest. Whatever.
And if you haven't heard about it, that's the problem. So what I'd like you to do is go up to the search bar and search either 24-hour music festival or Music Festivals 2025. I think either one of those should get you over.
So it's not, I mean, you're not going to see a lot. I did that. This is like, you have to be looking at a bigger picture, seeing the disinformation that's going on both sides, and dig down and see some of the things. Yet New California, Yoshi Patriot, yeah. So the New California will be the complete decimation of the morons, I guess. That's the only way it can continue, I think, unfortunately. Because these morons, if they get a chance, they'll vote in stupid again, Gavin Newsom. And I don't think that Gavin Newsom was ever voted in, but I don't know. Maybe they'll just get, obstinate and say, well, we don't want a Trump-like person, and that's what Louis Herms would be. And so they're just going to vote for stupid, because they're stupid. It's like that one movie, I can't think of the title of it, but it was like this guy that they put him in a time capsule or something, and it was only supposed to be a year, and somehow the project, went bad. So he ends up there, like he's in this building and the building collapses or something. So he like falls out of the time capsule type thing. And he wakes up and everyone's stupid, way stupid. And was it Idiocracy? That's right. Truther Mike, thanks. So Idiocracy, funny movie, very funny movie, but it's like you and I, we have common sense. And he wasn't that big of a guy. He was like kind of a knucklehead in the military. And they're like, yeah, we're going to put you in this project because he was a knucklehead. So, but then he wakes up, like 20, 30 years in the future, however long it was. And everybody's dumb as hell. Kind of like what's going on right now. Like, and then there's those of us who are like, how did you guys get so dumb? Wow. Like it's crazy. Well, we know how. The friggin' education and the morons that are in charge. So we're seeing and hopefully we'll see some kind of earth change activity that will just take all the stupid people out. So I don't know. So here is Kilauea. It had the highest lava fountains, 1,500 feet yet of this. This is number 35. So we're getting hit like we keep talking about, I keep talking about. There's other people out there talking about it as well, but we keep talking about how there is massive energy coming from the sun. And this usually happens when there's massive earth change, guys. All right, pole shifts and so forth, because I think we're moving in that direction. And will that be stopped out somehow? I don't know, but it doesn't look good for humanity with these idiots running around, right? Because it would take a consciousness shift to basically, I think, make a difference. So that was earlier this morning. It's non-active now, but it gets more and more intense. And of course, the crater is getting filled up. I called it a cauldron before. It's kind of like a witch's cauldron, right? So someone that's in Hawaii that basically keeps me informed. So she's been taking pictures of this, and she's all over the island. Beautiful photos. The island, Big Island. I've been to the Big Island before. Absolutely incredible. Driven around the whole thing. I think Kilauea was a little bit active then, so we couldn't go on one area of the island. But it's probably going to overflow at some point. It's already starting to go over the side, some of the lava. So at some point, it's not going to stop. It's just going to keep spilling out, right? And it's going to go where it's going to go and cause, damage like the last time Kilauea erupted and took out huge tracts of housing and so forth. But this is what the Earth does. It's, that's how the Hawaiian Islands are there. You look back in time, and each one of the islands was at one time a Kilauea volcano that was overflowing and built the island. And that's why Hawaii, the big island, is the biggest island, because it's still building, right? With Kilauea. All right. So, and I don't know, at some point, we'll probably see, like we have in the past, snow on the tops of the big island. They get fantastic. It's like, incredible beach weather all year round, but you'll see snow on the highest peak. And sometimes they get incredible amounts of snow up there. We're going to probably get incredible amounts of snow this year. And Kilauea will probably be erupting, right? So, light, it'll light up. It'll be volcanic light at night, and you'll maybe be able to see the snow on the top of that one peak. So fantastic time, right? But of course, there's going to continue to be massive displacement of people. It's coming. Obviously, it's kind of like, I predicted get into silver, and now silver is like 3 times higher than what I was saying it was. And then even from here, it's going to go 10 times higher. If you missed my show today with Dr. Kirk Elliott, I highly recommend it. But you need to be in something that's going to help you going forward, unless you're a moron, right? We don't want you to get silver. Right? You morons, no silver for you, right? And they're probably not going to get it anyway. I doubt they have silver, right? So evacuations in Alaska after major typhoon. So typhoon came through. I think it went through Japan and up through the Philippines, caused a little bit of damage and maybe even some loss of life. And then it whipped around and they went north up to Alaska and caused incredible damage.
Is capturing the devastation in western Alaska as the aftermath of Typhoon Halong wreaks havoc, forcing more than 1,000 evacuations from remote areas. New footage released by the Alaska National Guard shows daring rescues like this woman being hoisted out of her home as it appears to be floating in the water. Exhausted residents sleeping on board Chinook helicopters and dozens of evacuees.
Now, I've heard that there were some leftists that didn't want to get picked up by the National Guard, so they had to leave them. I'm kidding.
Trudging across the tarmac in the rain. It's been a week since more than 6 feet of storm surge and 100-mile-an-hour winds destroyed homes. At least 2 still missing. Remote coastal towns only accessible by air or water were hit the hardest. In the town of Kipnuk, this drone video showing muddy piles of debris. Homes toppled from their foundations.
Everything in my house was shaking, and I was scared.
Brandon West, a hotel manager in Bethel, recalling those heart-stopping moments.
Felt like the whole building was shaking off the foundation.
Thousands are currently displaced, with the largest airlift in Alaskan history currently underway. More than 1,600 people evacuated so far. More than 1,600 people evacuated. Thousands are.
All right. So remember the scene from Afghanistan where the Biden administration was evacuating all the Afghans that, they pulled out so fast and left a lot of people. So very, very similar, obviously, to that time frame, but with American citizens, right? So this is the way things are going to go in the future. We're going to help Americans, first of all, and then we'll help the world, right?
Displaced, with the largest airlift in Alaskan history currently underway. More than 1,600 people evacuated so far and forced to find shelter nearly 500 miles away in Anchorage.
We've been also transporting maintenance. Some of these communities have less than 72 hours worth of food and 1 to 2 days worth of fuel to power the generators.
The Red Cross is using a 5,000-seat arena to house evacuees. And as for what's next, damage assessments are underway in more than a dozen villages in the region. Evacuations will still take a few more days. Gio.
Okay, we are thinking.
All right. So this is going to be very, very common going forward, guys, as the sun activity continues. And I think we're in the early stages of it. And it's going to get a lot worse. There's going to be massive earthquakes and so forth. So now in the cities, like you saw with that black gentleman saying that Memphis is much better, we've seen the Democrats basically continue to enslave, like they did back before the Civil War, the black race, and they're breaking free. Now this is some video. There has some positive, but this is the Israel nation here in the United States. They're a little bit out there, guys. But in some aspects, I believe they're doing good things. But is this going to turn out to be a negative in the long run? So something to watch.
Houston, almost 27,000 crimes are committed a year. That's almost 70 crimes a day. And who's committing those crimes are young black men, teenagers.
What's the big cause of this? They're like fathers, no real male role models in the house, and with no father figures in the house. The kids have nobody to turn to.
And this is what they did to the black community with the music, with drugs and so forth. They basically tore the black family apart. They're trying to do the same thing with all families. It doesn't matter your race, really. But they really targeted the black race for a long time. And I remember growing up, and black families were amazing. But today, without the father figures, it is turning into a pretty tragic. They're basically giving women without a man in the house to have babies more money and more money and more money for more babies, as long as they don't have a man in the house. They get a man in the house and they take away the money. Wow. So they're forcing the black community to extinguish itself.
The streets. Sirach chapter 3 and verse 9, it says that the blessing of a father establishes his house, meaning that the father brings home discipline, correction, and all those godly things for the son. But without the father, he's left to look up to what? People who came from the streets or people who are in the streets right now and have money, they're left to look up to them instead of a godly man.
But here at Men's Conference, our leadership here at IUIC brings solutions to our problems, turning boys to men, men to husbands, husbands to fathers, men to gods, and us young men, we're going to follow.
All right. So are they going militant? They got some interesting conversations going on with that Israel nation group, right? It's something to be watched, right? They have a good message there in the beginning. Looks like they're cleaning up the black community. I salute them for that, but it looks like there's a little bit of radicalization that's going on with that group, unfortunately. So we don't want that. We want people to have that power connection to God, but we don't want it to be radicalized. And I think, unfortunately, there may be some radicalization going on with the Israel Nation group there. So something to watch. Again, if it's almost seems radical Islam to me, guys. Right. So I think we need to watch that and make sure that doesn't get out of control. If it is, and maybe it's a good thing, and maybe I'm not seeing it right, but I've seen some of the sermons and they're not so good. Right. So we'll continue to see breakdowns and, things happen within cities. Could that be a positive? At some point, it could be a positive. I don't know. So lots of stuff going on. I'm just kind of like I covered a lot of the stuff that I was going to bring up, but 6 out of 10 U.S. consumers expect economy to weaken. So according to a survey of roughly 4,000 people published on Wednesday, 57% of respondents expect the economy to soften over the coming 12 months, the highest level ever recorded since Deloitte, I think that's how it's pronounced, but began tracking the sentiment in 1997. This represents a 27% point jump from the 30% registered during the same time last year, and is even higher than the 54% seen in 2008 during the Great Recession. Wowzer, right? So I think it's already here. I think we're in a Great Recession. We're probably going to enter a depression. When the stock market finally collapses, when that happens, they're pumping it up. The manipulators are pumping it up, guys. All right. It should have been down long ago. I think we're going to see the complete collapse of the financial system, and we're going to bring in a quantum system. Now, a lot of you guys ask me what are my thoughts on this financial system. I can't give you any because I don't know. Nassar Jassara is just words. That's part somewhat true, but it's not the full picture from what I've seen. All right. So this is Johnny Bravo. I've done Johnny Bravo's courses. He's a pretty much like me. Not only is he a market analyst, but he does charting like I do, and I learned some good charting stuff from him. And he's like me. He looks at the full picture. So I've told you guys, I'm not a fan of crypto, and I think crypto is probably going to collapse. Now, this is basically spelled out by Johnny Bravo, and then somebody else that's very prominent too.
So you don't be like crypto bros. Also, if you want to know where the price is going on Bitcoin, right here, that would be, your 100,000, maybe 93,000. Just test in the line. Then after that, I don't know. Czar in a rising wedge. I don't know how he's getting 20. I'm going to take it. I'll give you from here to here. I think that is a respectable move to the downside, but you got to confirm and break that, like you confirmed and broke that, or when you confirmed and couldn't get above that, or that. Or that. It is correct that charts are not always.
All right. So my prediction that it would go to 125,000. It was reached week and a half ago or whatever it was, and then they hammered it. Now, will it go back up? The possibility goes back up, but I think it's a very good possibility. We're going to see some serious lows in crypto.
100%. But I've made a hell of a lot of money being okay with not being 100%. Also, that Pi cycle top has not been confirmed yet on Bitcoin. That has been 100% accurate, so you may go higher. I have 48. I'll move. Sorry, 48,243. I mean, if you measure it from the taint, okay. No, Andrew, I was not making fun of your name. But if we were to measure it from the taint, let me move over here. Oh, I wonder where Andrew, who told you the price, the 26? Was it someone who understood the charts? I'm just asking for a friend. Oh, and let me just check my my number here.
So this is Andrew Tate says Bitcoin is going to 26,000. Andrew Tate, 26,000. So my prediction it would go to 125,000. It went to 126, I think. And now it's pulled back dramatically. And Andrew Tate is saying it goes to 26,000. And Johnny Bravo is doing the calculations on it, and he's getting that as well.
Yep, Andrew Tate predicts Bitcoin will crash to 26,000, 26,000, 26,000. What did the chart say? So I just watched his video, and he's like, yeah, it's not about the charts. That's exactly right here. It's the charts, 26,257, if you want to be spot on, Andrew. Now, am I going to put my money where my mouth is and short that from there? Is my mic on? No. I take small measured moves.
All right. Johnny Bravo, it's crack up. All right, so you Bitcoin bros, better be careful out there, right? You can make money going up and down. So you could short Bitcoin when it goes down. I don't know. It's just it all just seems like a evil. It's all evil, and I think that getting involved with it at this point, that's what I'm seeing. Unfortunately, I've been involved with it and made a lot of money when I made a lot of money, but now I'm just like ready to just go with God's money, which is silver and gold, and just put it all in. All right, I'm all in with silver, guys. I got a little gold and little platinum, which does really well too, but silver. And I was very impressed with my wife. She has a nice little stash, and she's now, let's put it in silver. I'm like, honey bunny, good. All right, so everybody I think is moving that direction. That's following our groups, and I think you're going to do really well with the silver going forward. So, all right, now I'm probably getting a little bit long here. So now, who do I think is going to get arrested next? So I think we may see Fannie Mae, or not Fannie Mae, Fannie, was it Willis? What was her name? And I'm sorry, it's Fani. It's so funny. Fani Willis. Tomato, Fanny, Fani, whatever. Right. So she's a baddie and she's going to jail. Right. So they just recently requested some more information from her. What they say? They wanted her travel records. Justice Department issued a subpoena for her travel records in September 2025. What's that about? Now, she indicted Trump and 18 of his allies in Georgia during that horrific 4 years of the Biden administration. Lawfare was at an extreme. Freedom of speech was almost non-existent. And now it's payback time. And some people are saying I don't think it's really payback time. It's time for justice, right? And it seems to be moving in that direction very nicely. So we may see Fani be the one that is getting charges. So Jack Smith, I think, could be before Fani. So we'll see Jack. It could happen next week, both of them. Jack Smith, deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal, said Trump on Wednesday. And he had Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel next to him. And he said, I hope they're looking at all these people. The bosses told you, okay, Jack Smith's next. Right? So that seems to be where things are going, guys. So we all looked at this when it was happening. We're like, how is this possible? How is this possible? It's possible in a criminal system. It's possible when there's treason being committed and no one's being held up for justice. So that justice is coming. Justice wheels turn slow, but when they grind up these criminals, and that's what's happening. So the morons that are in the big cities, will they get ground up or will they wake up? Don't hold your breath. They're going to wake up, right? So will they be destroyed within their big cities? I think so, right? I think so. So we're going to see. We're going to see. Hopefully there's hope for them or help for them. I don't know, but there's some serious corruption in those big blue cities, guys. So I would be surprised if that gets unwound in a short period of time before things start to get really violent. All right. All right. That's all I got for tonight. I started a little bit late because there was a lot of information, but I got to go cook some dinner. Lots of love to you guys. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I got one of the favorites, one of the big dogs, Michael Jaco, man. Jaco, we haven't done a show in a while, man, and I don't know why. We've both been just so busy. I mean, so much is happening. But I know my audience recommended that we do a show together because there's a lot of topics that we'll cover here, but the first one is the Charlie Kirk stuff. And I know that we are totally on the other side of the spectrum on this. I don't believe he's alive. I think he's way gone, but I want to get your perspective on it. And I do that because you deserve to be heard and everyone deserves to be heard on my platform. So let's kick it off with that first, and then we'll segue into all the other stuff that's going off, that's popping off with Venezuela, Obama. I mean, this war is picking up. Thanks for joining me, Jaco.
Yeah, it's good to be here, David. So, we think a lot on a lot of stuff, and we don't completely agree on everything. But as far as my background and the way I look at things, I see the Charlie Kirk thing as pretty much a captured operation, where the White Hats have basically captured that. The same thing I think they did with President Trump's assassination attempt in Butler, PA. I think they basically knew that was coming, so they took control of it. I think they did the same thing with Charlie Kirk. Now, when I saw it at first, I was like, okay, that's not real.
Really, I thought it was completely real. I saw, and the reason I say that, Mike, is because also I had people there. There was people there that I knew very well that saw the whole thing, and they said it was absolutely horrific, and they saw his life leave his body. Everyone trying to carry him dead weight, couldn't get him to the SUV. And when I was talking to him on the phone, there were screams and everything. I mean, so I feel he's gone. But go ahead.
But yeah, the mind wants to make things work. They want to fit things in. We saw that with 9/11. How many people still believe the narrative of 9/11? You know, over time we start to see things that first we don't understand, and then we get more information, and then we're like, okay, this was a captured operation by the deep state. Now, I think this was like I'm saying, a white hat operation. So when I see that, you know, from my experiences, you know, shooting and you know, I've done live tissue where I've kept animals alive that have been shot and stabbed and all kind of crazy stuff. So when I saw the shot, which from a 30-06 should have blown off the side of his head and his neck, should have been gone. He moved into the shot.
Well, you know, could it have maybe not been the 30-06? Could it have been something else that hit him?
But see, this is where we go, where people want to make things fit. So they're like looking around. Well, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense because it's not
well,
real.
To be fair, it does not make sense to me, and I will say that nothing makes sense. But my standpoint is the conspiracy that I'm in bed with is that it was a professional hit. It was not Tyler Robinson on the roof. Definitely not him. I don't know. I think the shot came from maybe to the right of it. I guess he was sitting to the right, a little bit behind him. That could have been an exit wound. Could it come from his vest? Could it come from someone in front of him? I don't know, but it wasn't Tyler Robinson. That guy was an Oswald of our era, is my opinion.
Totally. So, and you know, when I back out and I start to look at the bigger picture, so a
lot of dumb motherfuckers did.
Well, before you hit them, but
they get knocked out a lot quicker.
Where do they go? Right?
The body does strange things. I don't know. I mean, I've hit people and they've contorted different ways and fallen, and some guys fall on top of me. Some guys, I mean, the body, when it goes unconscious, it does strange things. You can't. I don't know how the body's gonna fall. You know, when you crack somebody, they contort different ways. I had a guy fall straight and break his ankle. I mean, it's different with it's just the body's a weird thing. You know, I'm not an expert on that, bro. I'm an expert at hitting people, but I don't know, you know.
Oh, yeah.
The
body reacts to pain.
Right.
And,
but I can't tell you how
that would have been very painful.
They do different things.
He didn't go away from the pain. He stayed in that position and fell into the pain. So that's another. So bigger picture, going out, even bigger picture. I don't believe he was. I think he's part of a program because I've been part of programs. And
I hope he is, dude. I
believe
I would
hope so too.
That he's gone because I just don't know what his family would gain from this. I know that he was turning his back on the donors. You know, Candace Owens is uncovering a lot of stuff right now with Israeli donors, and I think that's where my mind goes is to that little country in the Middle East. That's where I think it's, you know, I for some reason just feel it's Israel. I just feel like he was turning their back on the donors. He was starting to question them, and that's a big no-no.
Right. Oh yeah, always. So, and that's probably part of the exposure of this bigger picture that I believe, you know, the white hats in the background are trying to expose. So when I look at the people that are around him, his detail, I see probably former Navy SEALs, and of course I know how they think and how they work and the way they moved, very, very, very specifically, and the way that everything went down. I'm like, this was a planned operation, completely planned, completely coordinated. Everyone, the way they moved, it would have been something that I would have choreographed as well if I had been part of that team. So that's the way I look at it as well. So then you go into where they planned the event. That was beautiful. So I look at the bigger picture. It awakened a lot of people, and I think that's part of the plan. And regardless of whether you believe it's alive or not, right after that, there were around the world, there were demonstrations. That's coordination. right? It doesn't happen that quick, that fast. So
Turning point, like a literal turning point. It was
afterwards,
the
so-
turning point for the planet, basically, for humanity.
Absolutely. And that's, again, a beautiful thing. So regardless of whether, he was hit, whether it was not, whether it was staged, blah, 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 we're seeing a movement in a very positive direction. And I think that's very good for humanity. It's good for the United States. The United States is heading this up. We've talked about this for a long time. We've exposed a lot of this stuff. We've exposed a lot of the stuff that's coming. And it's going to get pretty hectic. So this exposure, and then we had, was it Benny Johnson or something?
Yeah.
So again, I think part of whether that's real or not either, we're going to start to see more of that. We're going to see a lot of more people exposed. Everybody's waking up. So I've moved on from Charlie Kirk.
I've moved on too. I don't think
they're going to
any...
believe it's okay. We're all working together, I believe, on a more unified level than we have in any time.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I just feel like it's done. It's over. I mean, and I think what he did with his life was amazing.
Absolutely.
I think more happened with his death, to be quite honest with you, or whether you want to believe he's still alive or not in a witness protection program. That's up to my audience to believe. But
right.
you had a lot of decoys in that audience, like Zin, I think his name was, that was also there during 9/11. That were taking the blame for it. So this, to me, was very orchestrated and strategized. Now, whether it was a black cat operation running side by side that the white hat intercepted, I don't know.
Very good. That's what I believe.
Okay, so if that could be a possibility, I'm not saying
Absolutely.
that, but look where this is leading, though.
Black Hats didn't realize it was captured operation, and so they played it off, and they didn't realize, just like in Butler, PA. Now we look at 9/11. We saw that 9/11 that was a complete deep state black cat operation, completely all the way
through, right?
All the way through.
And I'm not debating that. I'm not one. I'm just like my audience. I just try to ask the right questions.
It's good, man.
My expertise is I'm a pugilist specialist, Mike. Okay, that's where I come in. But I'm just trying to ask the questions. My audience wanted you.
We got to do that. We got to like have people constantly asking questions during this time frame. We have to be. Because AI is going crazy now. I have somebody contacted me the other day, and they were like, they're getting their bank account drained, and I'm in AI mode, not me, but somebody's using me in a video, and it's not me, to convince her to like.
Yeah, that's happened to me as well.
Crazy.
I've supposedly taken hundreds and thousands from people. That AI image of me talking. I don't know how they fall for this crap. I don't reach out to anybody. But let's talk about that, because I just had John Pounders on my YouTube channel. So this stuff is picking up, and especially for influencers like us, Mike. I mean, who's to say AI is not running that?
Yeah, sure. But AI at this point, to the most part, is directed. So I think that people have directed AI type of stuff to go after us. And steal from us, and that's part of getting somebody to drain their bank account as part of stealing from us, really.
But there has to be a hacker behind it. There has to be a programmer to get the AI to do that stuff, right? Or is it thinking on its own and it's just targeting people?
No one wants AI to run rampant, which unfortunately I think there's probably a little bit of that starting to happen. But for the most part, AI is pretty much controlled. And we have, the cell towers, and that thing went poop, poop in the arm. A lot of people are being affected by the, cell towers. That's already been proven. So how far would this go? Would this go to the point where people are going to be activated, by that stuff? AI coming in and actually building some kind of system within us. And I think that's
what's your thoughts?
Well, that's part of the Black Hat program to take those people that are easily manipulated consciously and continue the programs. So
to me, getting a diploma and your PhD, the whole thing is about memorization, not comprehension, not critical thinking skills. It's not about
thinker. No.
Yeah, it's not. It's what to think, not how to think.
Right. I will take a critical thinker off of someone that has 5 MBAs in a heartbeat.
I have friends that are street smart, yet they're criminally street smart, but they're doing a lot better than for themselves than my friends that got diplomas and went to college. They're all struggling. Just the way it is. Just the way life is.
Here even, you know,
Yeah.
so a lot of those real smart people are not around anymore.
You know, so let's you know, now that we kind of segued away from the Charlie Kirk thing, I respect your opinion. Like I said, I agree to disagree. You feel like it was a white hat op. Do you feel he's in witness protection, or where's Erica? They're just going to be separated for life now and never.
No, I think there's you know, there's doubles. We know there's AI and all that stuff like we just talked about. You know, that can continue. I think you know, there's probably a double playing her part. They're together, or maybe the whole time they're part of you know, this white hat program, you know, Q team or whatever. So like I said, I've been part of a lot of these programs when I was in the SEAL Team 6 and so forth. Even to when I was in CIA. So I used to dress up and look like a local in Afghanistan and walk around and contact people and pass information, get information. You know, so these programs are out there. It's very easy. So when I went to SEAL Team 6, all the other SEAL teams are on a different they're tier 3. SEAL Team 1 is tier 1. I remember when I went to SEAL Team 6, I was like, oh, all the people that had disappeared, you know, they were there. It's like, you know,
wow.
This protection program. It's like, it's crazy. And then you're working, you're doing your own thing. The other SEAL teams don't know what you do. And we're like super, super high speed. So I think there's a lot of people that go over there and they disappear from this reality, our, you know, reality that we're living in right now, but they're in a separate reality doing work. So, and they're doing a really good job right now, I believe, better than ever.
So what's your thoughts? And I know we're kind of all over the place with this one, folks. I'm sorry about that, but there's a lot to cover here. I haven't talked to Mike in a while. What's your thoughts on SEAL Team 6? Because I don't believe they did. I mean, the helicopter crashes, then they dump his body in the ocean. I think Osama was Bin Laden was used as a scapegoat for 9/11.
I was there when the op went down. I helped find Bin Laden. And so
well, did you find him, or do you think you found maybe some guy that looked?
Yeah, some double.
He is tall, right?
No one came to me and said, "Yeah, that was a double." But from, you know, just looking at stuff, because those are programs, just like I talk about, you know, SEAL teams and SEAL Team 6, they're different programs. You're in your box, you do your thing,
compartmentalized.
Sometimes you interact, and sometimes you don't, you know, have a clue what the other side's doing.
So it's easy to manipulate.
Totally for everybody, because it's like I said, everything is compartmentalized. So if like I'm in my box with my crew and we're doing stuff, we don't let everybody else know because that could compromise us. So by doing that, though, the people that manipulate can get in and do that kind of stuff too. And you know, there's some of us that have looked at some of the stuff we've done. It's like, we got manipulated. That's effed up, you know. So, but
it's kind of like the moon landing. I'm sure everyone in Houston, you know, you know, during the landing was applauding and yeah, we did it, you know, but
they totally believe it was happening.
They believed it was happening. Yeah, it was showing on the screen. They really believed that shit, but it wasn't.
It's just like Osama bin Laden, just like we're talking about with Charlie Kirk, same thing. You know, there's actors and, you know, screens that are, you know, screenplays. Everybody's doing their acting part. Now,
I would agree with you on this.
I've talked to the guys that actually did the mission.
Okay, but I would agree with you with Charlie Kirk. I would possibly be on the same side as you, but I knew people there, and they didn't want to come on my show. By the way, they were like told like, "You're not talking about this."
Right. Oh, yeah.
They're scared.
I mean, I have someone that I work with that her kids were at the Vegas shooting, so we know that there was some bullshit going on there. Same thing, bullshit going on in real stuff.
A friend of mine was a bartender there, and the guy next to him got his head blown off. Boom, right next to her, and he collapsed while she was serving drinks. No, they said there was a helicopter
in all of this stuff occasionally. Sometimes they're completely controlled operations, and sometimes there's a little sliver that they let come in, so that the black hats think, oh, we're doing it, you know, kind of like, you know, with President Trump the next that happened on a Saturday. On Monday, we find out there was like they put millions of put options out for the market to crash, and same thing happened with 9/11. So the Black Cats obviously thought that was really going down, and maybe some people believe that that his ear got nicked, and you can go on that track. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
I've
know
seen the
that.
video where there's a guy pushing the media into the scene, and he's like, "Take your," it looked like he was pushing them to take pictures. And
Yeah, see, over time you start to see a bigger picture and start to go, oh, that doesn't fit. That something's wrong here. But there's always going to be that, and that's the way I was with Osama bin Laden when he was. I talked to those guys that were on the mission. They told me about all the stuff that happened because that was my old team. And then I talked to, well, I didn't talk to her, but there was a woman, case officer, that interviewed his wives.
Oh, wow.
And she was like, I'm going to get all this information. And then she came back and she was like she'd
Hell.
seen a ghost, and
Wow.
she didn't say anything. I'm like, whoa, what did she find out?
Dude, I'm not denying that there's not layers and levels to this shit. I know there is. No doubt about it. I'm not saying that at all. I mean, did they?
Right.
How did he? Besides, how did he get Bin Laden? Was he in a cave, or was he herding goats, or what? Where did they get this guy?
Yeah, I know. He was from a very successful family.
How'd they get him? Was it a drone or a shot? Right, it was a shot. He caught him. He got him with his rifle, or what? I don't know how they even got Bin Laden.
They came in and raided his.
They raided his.
compound. Yeah, his helicopters came in. One of them came in. I think the updraft from his walled compound basically upset the aircraft, and it crashed. So I'm thinking that when they practiced, they did it with a non-walled compound, a simulation. And then when they came in, they should have known better, but shit happens. So they came in and they were fast roping, and they came in low like they normally do with a fast rope. And the updraft from the walled compound basically, made the aircraft get all squirrely, and it crashed.
See, just like they dumped Bin Laden's body in the ocean, they didn't do an autopsy on Charlie Kirk. Now, I heard that was because his family, right? I guess it's like he's gone, whatever. We know what hit him. But, I mean, that's still a question mark for me, so I will leave the door open on that one. But let's segue a little bit, because I want to get your thoughts on some other stuff that's going down now. So we've talked a lot about the PSYOPs, and I feel like, I'm going to be doing my morning show tomorrow with Jerome Corsi, and
nice.
Yeah, and I feel like, he's on to Obama. He's really onto this guy. He's hot on his ass, and
awesome.
yeah, I'm going to show an article here, and I just want to give my views on this, folks. This article here is Obama is now, so he's kind of creating this civil war atmosphere, like he's playing that role. Obama's warnings about democracy fading sound increasingly directed toward the U.S. Speaking with democracy activists recently with Hungary and Poland, former President Barack Obama, so he's out there making his case, warned about the rising wave of authoritarianism sweeping the globe, even in countries once believed unsusceptible to an erosion of liberties. We're seeing politicians target civil society, undermine freedom of the press. What? He's the one that allowed propaganda. He's the one that made it legal for propaganda. Weaponize the justice system. What? You're the one that went after Trump with Russia collusion, and you stole the 2020 election. Obama. So they're doing. I mean, I can't believe the projection they're doing, and no one is being spared. Even countries, even that. I mean, what person with what kind of low IQ would follow this and believe this? Or how can people be so emotionally invested in what this man is saying, almost Obama worship, that they believe this? I mean, I just took this apart in the first two paragraphs.
Yeah. I mean, is this part of the reveal? Is this a white hat captured operation as well? And revealing that kind of stuff. And pushing those last few remnants of Obama lovers maybe over the edge is like, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Kind of like, looking at something and going, I don't know about that was a real Osama bin Laden. So even I am like, I'm questioning it too. And I was literally like 100 miles away, to help out if necessary. But there's a lot of stuff that people are still attached to. And they're trying to expose all this information. Now, I liked your guest, I think yesterday, that was talking about Antifa. I just saw just before we came on all of these talking heads in the media, the deep state media basically coming out and saying, "Oh, there's no Antifa. That's all figment of everybody's."
Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah.
Jimmy Kimmel's one of them.
Again,
I mean,
why did I let that guy
guy's a
come
national
back,
security
you know?
threat.
Okay, so when the leftist media is like, saying, "Don't look here," then we need to look there, right? So,
right.
And I think we're going to have a lot of problems coming up. I know we're going to go to the back channel and talk a little bit deeper, but just give everybody a little taste. We're seeing this.
No, this is the back channel. This is the back channel. We'll do YouTube now.
Oh, we are the back channel. Okay.
Yeah, we are.
I'll
Go full
bore now. So good. So we see that right now they're next Saturday they're going to have no Kings demonstrations, right?
No Kings. Right.
No Kings demonstrations, and I think that's going to be like George Floyd riots. I saw George Floyd riots, and I said at the time, I was like, this is like beginnings. This is just the beginnings of what's going to come. It's going to get a lot worse. Because you and I think, and others have said, big cities are, especially Democrat big cities, are going to be the last bastions for these people. But we're going to see attacks in multiple cities, probably maybe hundreds of cities.
But Mike, they got to do this pretty quick because we're going into winter. So I would imagine that whatever kind of thing they're going to, you know what I mean? Whatever kind of play they're going to make, they got to make it fairly quick because it's going to get cold and they're not going to be out there. They're going to be eating.
They're not going to get everybody out.
They ain't out there.
This is their last ditch right now.
This is it. So they better do it October, and all the stuff which is in the colder cities, Chicago, Portland, and those places get cold fast. And they're not going to be out there when the blizzard storms hit.
No, of course not.
So they got to do it now, I think.
Yep. So I think it's ready to kick off. And
so how do you think do you think that there's an arrest first? Do you think Hillary gets arrested first? Or do you think they just kick it off, forget it, let's go, let's move?
So, I mean, the 18th, 6 days from now, I think it could be the start of it. I can't say for sure what's going to kick it off. There could be multiple things. They could have multiple plans. Like, we'll try this, and if it looks like they're onto us, we'll just back over to this.
Do you think they got to know Trump's going to sign the Insurrection Act. They got to know he's going to make a move. They got to know.
They want him to look bad for doing that. So they're trying. Right. Trump doesn't want to look bad for doing that. He wants to let everybody know. He wants everybody to see, I had to do this.
So we're waiting on them to make the move.
It could be, well, not really, because we're seeing Trump going in preemptively into big cities already. So he's going into Portland. He's already been in LA. He's starting to do Chicago to a certain extent. But that is preemptive. When I saw that, I was like, God, that's brilliant. I'd never would have thought of that.
Under the guise of let's clean up crime.
Yes. Let's get all those illegals out because that's how they can go on and do it. Because it's part of his, he has to protect America.
By labeling the terrorist organizations, the cartels as terrorist organizations. And has he labeled Antifa a terrorist organization yet? Or is he about to?
I thought that he signed a bill. It's like, maybe it's just all like, I saw that he signed it, but I didn't see anything specific. So there's a lot of rumors, there's all these different things that are flying out there. So Antifa, they're absolutely going to be a problem.
And they are funded because all you need to see is Jimmy Kimmel come out and say, oh, they're not real. It's like the Decepticons. Right. When he made that remark, it's like, dude, that shows they're funded. The same people that are funding you that are telling you to say what you're saying to the public is funding Antifa. That's how big this is.
Beautiful. Yep. So we know that Antifa is going to like your other guest was talking about, and she's a little girl that goes in there and dresses up as the locals, leftist, and they're like, oh yeah, you're a leftist too. So yeah, this is what we're going to do. So she's in there getting information. So that's what I used to do in CIA. So that's very good. We need people like that. So of course they have people like that, doing their thing as well. So eventually what happens is we're going to hammer those guys. I like her because she's like me. I'm like, let's stop playing around. We need to hammer these guys right now. Hammer them.
I agree. I'm going to play this just for a second.
They show up. Let's arrest them all.
I'm going to play this just for a second, just so people can see.
Somebody like
Nice.
Kimmel who says, there is no Antifa. I want you to listen to this sound clip from Kimmel.
There's no Antifa. This is an entirely imaginary organization. There is not an Antifa. This is no different than if they announced they rounded up a dozen Decepticons. We've captured the Chupacabra, everyone.
Okay, so what's happening?
So there you go. I mean, that to me is blatant lies, and he's being used as a mouthpiece. He's not going to stop. You know, I think that man right there is a threat to this country, because that's going to turn more people on Trump, turn more people against a military operation. I think Kimmel needs to be taken out, but taken off stage. I think it's done. I think he needs to be.
Yeah, they already tried that. It didn't work out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't believe it didn't work out.
And maybe that's part of revealing too. So he's still, trying to, because when people like that talk and they send out messages, because it's not just him. There were I saw a clip where, we used to see those, and Trump is like a dictator. And then you have all the leftist, media, and Trump is a dictator, and Trump is a dictator, and Trump is a dictator. So they're doing the same thing with, there's no such thing as Antifa. And so it's basically trying to wake more people up, and it's also an activation. Because when I was in intelligence and CIA and so forth, if you can call it that, there's things that are passed over the media. There's things that are left where people will see them, like billboards and all kinds of crazy stuff that are signaling their sleeper cells. So
that activate them.
So you see this, and then you hear this.
Wow.
Okay. It's a activation. So that's
like a dog whistle or like a buzzword or something like that. Then activate.
Absolutely. There you go. Yep. So
do you think these cells are going to be activated for? I feel like they're not gonna shoot their load prematurely. They're gonna move at the right time. They're gonna strike coordinatedly, strategically for the right time. But when is that? I think probably. I would imagine this fall. I can't imagine this going further. Or maybe close to the midterms. I don't know. What's your thoughts on that? When do you think? But I gotta say, it's got to be before the end of 2026. I would imagine. Now, if just wargaming this is what I think.
Yeah, it's trying to wargame it. I think we're in the stages where at some point it could be near term, and I agree with you. If it doesn't happen by this, by the time it really starts to snow and so forth, and get really cold, people aren't going to show up for demonstrations and so forth. Now they could do, the sleeper cell attacks during the winter. There's nothing stopping them from the sleeper cell, because the sleeper cell attacks will be, planes falling out of the air. That's all the different 1,000+ not Antifa, but Al Qaeda and so forth that have infiltrated the United States during the Biden 4 years. Right, so. That's already documented. We already know that. So I think that we've been trying to go after a lot of those sleeper cells, and that's what the immigration crackdown. That's part of that, is going after those cells.
There's so many millions here that are unvetted, dude. I remember when I was at the El Paso airport, I could not believe how many were coming in during that time, and I was just sitting there like hopeless. Like, this is an all-out invasion, especially the El Paso airport and Fort Bliss. They were using our military bases to fly these people in from Haiti, from Iran, from everywhere. I mean, they were flooding El Paso, and then I would see them getting on buses and shipped out of Fort Bliss. Man, I was going to report on that, but I thought it was too hot at that time because, Biden was in charge,
right?
Supposedly, and there was just too much going on. I didn't want to put myself at risk out there in the middle of recording the buses leaving from the military bases and stuff. But I saw them. A lot of people saw them, and it just shows you where we're at. But I think fireworks to come. I think this is going to pick up speed like we've never seen before. Now, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Does Trump sign the insurrection or before the event, or does the event happen first? Does an arrest happen and then that kicks off the events? There's so many cards to be played here. I don't know exactly. I'm not psychic, so I don't know, but I can see the options, right? And I'm sure they got supercomputers and very genius people working on this, think tanks, social engineers, military, brainiacs just putting this stuff together, thinking about what move to make next. But no doubt about it, this is interesting, and we're going to see where all this goes. Mike, you want to join me on YouTube for the next 15, 20 minutes?
Sure.
All right.
Well, Venezuela, I think, is going to get hit.
We forgot to talk about that. Let's talk about that for a second. Go ahead.
Yeah. So from my background, from 35 years plus, working in the military industrial complex, this is a positive. When I was at SEAL Team 6, and this was back in the late 80s, we were already planning back then to invade Venezuela.
Really? Why?
Oh yeah. And there's multiple reasons why. We had gaming, and sometimes we're like, well, there's nothing going on with Venezuela. It's just like a gaming thing. We're just using that as a game piece, and just that country, because sometimes they just make up a country name. But Venezuela,
throw a dart.
that was part of one of the things that we war gamed for a very long time now. So we're seeing all this movement in the military. We don't just do that just to, practice, right, on that level. And it's not practicing on a level that's like, okay, we're done. We've done that practice. Okay, let's go back home. No, it's intensifying. And that's some of that is to intimidate. There's always part of that. Whether it was when we went into Panama. We did the intimidation stuff before we actually did the hit. We did the same thing in Iraq, Afghanistan. There's always that intimidation thing first. And it's like to see where they're going to move people, and if they back down. Of course, they're not going to back down.
It's also psychological warfare, right? It
Absolutely.
also stresses them out, and it makes them like
very good. Absolutely.
It's like what China's doing to Taiwan.
Yeah. So, and then you weaken everybody down. They're like always, they're amped up because you saw how they're like, getting everybody ready to fight the Americans when they come. So that basically wears people down. They're like, they're up and then they're down. It's like, oh, we're going to lose. And then we're going to win. We're going to win. We're badass. And it's like, and then they're like, what are we thinking about? It's like, this is the greatest nation in the world. And they're like Marines and all this stuff. So that's like you said, psychological warfare, wearing them down.
The only way I can relate to that is in boxing. When I was in the dressing room and the fights before me, the preliminary fights, some would take all 10 rounds, some would take just 2, a quick knockout, and you'd be up, warming up, and then sit back down, wait another, this is going the distance, then get back up. Actually, we're going to put a swing fight on, so now they're going to put an extra fight on for TV, and then you just up, down, and all this time, and you're there I was there with no food in my stomach, nothing, by 2:30, 3 o'clock at the arena. I wasn't fighting till 11:30 or 12 midnight sometimes.
Oh my
God. It was just sitting there in the dressing room the whole time.
So you're obviously a warrior in the ring, and that's the way it is for us warriors.
It's horrible. It was fucking horrible.
We're like, we're up, we're down, we're up, we're down. All right. Get ready to load the aircraft. No, sit back down. We got some other.
Hurry up and wait is what they call it, right? Hurry up and wait. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I look back on that. And I'm like, no, thank God it's over. But
but
the China-Russia connection in Venezuela. Let's talk about that. So there's a China-Russia. They have a foothold.
Oh, yeah.
And that's really the main reason we're going there, right? There's a couple reasons, but one, the voting machines, right? A lot of it went through Venezuela, Smartmatic and Hammer, right? From my understanding, from people that I've talked to. So there's that. And then there's the Russia-Chinese control factor there that they're putting up a foothold. That's our backyard. And then obviously the drugs and narcotics.
Yes. And then the biggest elephant in the room that no one's looking at is the oil, right? So that was one of the reasons why we were going to go in, because they were